Nani? Nani?
You guys. Yo, that's so spammy. Holy moly. Why we got all this spam for breakfast? I'm not even hungry. Hey, I'm not even hungry. We don't need these spam sandwiches that y'all are passing out to everybody. Nani? Good meme. Good meme, you guys. Good stuff. Nani?
Nani?
Nani? Nani? Spam is great. How dare you? What the heck is that? Musubi. What the heck is a spam musubi? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, by the way. Hi, everybody. I'm still adjusting stuff. What's up? What's up? Hi, everybody. I'm still small. Look at me. I'm tiny. Sounds like you say Nani. That's what it is. That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be Nani. That's the meme. What are you talking about? He's not saying not me. It's white rice, a slice of grilled spam and nori. Ooh, nice. It does sound delicious. Oi, Gonda, Kim, Savvy. What are y'all doing here? Hello, you do miss the. Ooh, wait. I'm gonna keep adjusting it. Don't worry, Yuki. This one's not here to stay. Just like wait went away. We'll be with Nani for like the only reason that I picked this is because I didn't have any Listen, it's because I didn't have any dang options, all right? I was trying to go as fast as possible. So I tried to pick the best meme that I could, okay? I picked the best meme that I could. As quick as possible. As frick as possible. Calico, what's up? How are you doing? I hope that y'all are well. Yo, I just got back from camping a few minutes ago. This is nice to see when you get home. Hey, Shadow Fox, what's up? You're right on time. Boom. You're right on time. Hello there, Shadow Fox. What's up? As you can see, I put up some more. Well, I guess some people wouldn't actually know what it was because it rarely showed the whole thing in the background. But I made a new shape. New shape back there, and I'm still working on it, you guys. I'm still planning. I've widened up my angle on my camera many times, and I've tried to figure out how I can make the entire room look cool. It will be like if I did that, it would be such a wide view that so many things are ugly. The room looks ugly. This is the only part of the room that looks good. So I'm working on it. I'm trying to make the whole room a beautiful gamer zone. And then I can just point the camera anywhere. Rosera, hello. How are you doing? Welcome. What's up? Also, I changed, where's my phone? I think that I can change the color of my hair. Do you see the little bit of poof on the the poof upstairs? Let me see if I can. Which light is that? No, that's that light. Where's the? Oh, there's the ceiling light. I could change my hair color. That's I could just change the little shine on my hair. Whoa. It's true. I'm gonna put it back there. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. You came with a headache, but I love you guys and I couldn't stay away. Oh no, Rosaire, I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. Dang it. Dang old headaches. Nani! That is what it is. What did you say? How many Steve Harveys can I buy for 680 nuts? Dude! Don't spend all your nuts. Don't put all your nuts in one basket. That's the old saying. Oi, Emerald Artist, what's up? Hello. Welcome. This room sounds more echoey, doesn't it? I removed a big blanket that used to be sitting up here, but whatever. I'm working on it. This room's a mess. I actually think that I have some sound suppressant foam that I need to put around here. Make it sound a little bit better. I'm working on it. Kitty actually worked on the stream for once, only for a few hours. That reminds me, I got a I just got something in the mail, you guys. Well, who was it? Who did it? Somebody sent me something in the mail, and I don't recognize the name. Who was it? Come on, admit it. Who sent me a crocheted thing? Huh? So it was one of y'all. Somebody did, and it's adorable. I kind of want to show it off while they're here, though, whoever they are. I got something. Nani? Yes, somebody crocheted. Nani? Somebody crocheted something beautiful, and they sent it in the mail.
Nani?
It's true. I haven't sent anything yet. Oh, what? Kim. Oh, what are you talking about? I'm wearing this blue tie-dye. If we stood together, we could look like a tie-dye trans pride flag. Yes! Die! I'd stand next to you anytime. tie-dye. Oh no. No. Arisa, that's not legal. Hey, that's illegal. Don't do that. Only Dye's allowed to make jokes like that. Shaking my head. Ooh, coffee that's been sitting on the pot for too long. Ooh, burnt coffee. Oi, oi. Also, hi there, Ahsoka. I hope that you're doing well. Hello there, you guys. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Isn't that why we got stuck in the dungeon anyway? Is that what you're saying? Isn't that we got stuck in the dungeon anyway? I mean, everybody's stuck in the dungeon. He said tie-dye, I had to. No, you didn't. You could have spared us all. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Hello. Oh, whoa, it's Felix. What's up? Felix, I was in your chat earlier today. Hooray, Felix. I hope you're doing well. Hello. I was watching you play a little bit of Genshin Impact. It's true. It's true. I did want to comment, Felix. I was going to say, I totally understand what you were talking about. Like basically, you didn't describe it this way, but it's the way that I would describe it. Is that I totally understand you're kind of living life like a sprint. I totally understand that. I kind of did the same thing for a little while. And I feel like I still live life like that a little bit. I live life almost like, yeah, like a sprint instead of like a marathon. So I'm way too focused on like individual like daily stuff. I mean, I totally feel that. I think that that's maybe a young person's struggle. I'm not sure. Maybe some young people probably don't struggle with it, and probably some old people struggle with it too. But I'm just saying, it seems like a inexperienced kind of thing, where it's just like, oh, I've only lived this long, and this is all that I'm gonna live. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like as we get older, we'll probably get better at realizing that life is long. Like life is short, but it's also long. Like you wanna enjoy every bit of it because it's short. But you also don't want to focus too much on the daily or weekly because it's long, and you want to take care of yourself. You know, it's tough. It's tough, Felix. I feel like it's a struggle. Yeah, life is short, but also insufferably long. Exactly. Life is short for the things that you want to do, but it's long for the things that you don't want to do. For the stuff that you don't want to do, it's like, how many times do I have to eat? Are you kidding me? How long do I have to eat? Every day for the rest of my life? That's a lot of eating. But then if I'm like, I really want to be able to visit all these places, then it's like, life's too short. I gotta hurry up. Nani? LSR, what's up? How are you doing? Coffee Shan, you're almost asleep, but you want to stop by and say a small hi. Also, thanks to whoever gifted me the sub the other day. Hey, sweet biscuits. That's awesome. Coffee Shan. I'm glad that you got to come in and say hello. Hello. Also, Bratterfield. Oi. Hello, friends. How are you doing, Kenny? I'm doing great. Brad, you sweet bean. Thanks for flapping in here. Oi, oi, oi. Wait a second. I know this Brad guy. Wait a moment. We rated this Brad guy the other day. I know that Brad guy. It feels good to see good streamers that I like to hang out in their chat, and then I see them in mine, and I'm like, man, that to me has made it. I feel like I've made it whenever I can hang out with or have in my chat cool people that I enjoy their content. Then I'm like, boom, I made it. If I got Brad in my chat every now and again, I'm like, heck yes. I've got entertainers that are entertained. You finally joined the Discord. Hey, welcome, Colm. I think I saw your name. I think I saw your name over there. It's true. Felix, what'd you say? No, I'm too embarrassed. Yeah, Felix, I don't really like commenting on streams. Like, if you're gonna talk serious stuff on stream, I'm not gonna say anything because I wanna talk to you. You know, I value connection. So I'm not gonna talk to you about stuff like that in your chat. It's not my favorite form of communication. So I would love to talk to you on call sometime, you know. Boom, I totally do that. But I'm not gonna talk to you in your chat. And I also don't want to, like, whenever you're talking about something that's important, I don't want to be like, hi everybody, it's Kenny, and you're like, I don't want to derail your thought. I'd rather you keep going because it's good. Because it's good. Just gonna call you afterwards. Exactly. Much better. Much better. These emotes are so freaking cute. I know. Coffee Shan. Aren't they adorable? They're so cute. I can't wait to get more. We'll have to see. Bratterfield. Aw, shucks. Oh, shucks. Don't say that, Earl. You're going to make me shine. But it's true. Nani? It is very true. I'm gonna try to finish most of this coffee, and then we're gonna get into this game as soon as possible because I am a little bit excited about it. I am a little bit excited to do another trial. That's what I'm looking forward to. Also, Arisa said that there's more. Arisa said that the game about to get good. She said that it's about to get good. Just do what I do when a dummy puts up. What? Just do what I do. Okay, let me see. You guys are scary. What? Felix, we're not scary. Don't worry about it. Just be yourself all the time and don't worry about it. That's why I don't say anything, because I don't want you to think about it. Just do your thing, baby, and I'll be watching a little bit. Ocarina afterwards? I think so. Yes, we're gonna play Ocarina pretty soon afterwards. I'm looking forward to the. I'll have to set up the ROM and everything, but I think it'd be worth it. It's such a good game. Such a good game. Darren, what's up? Hey, nice to see you, my friend. I saw you playing some Slay the Spire. I'm pretty sure that I saw that the other day. Hey, Darren's another person that I love to watch. It's true. Darren, I was just talking about how I feel like I don't know, it just makes me feel good to see fellow streamers in the chat. I don't know. It feels good, man. Feels good to hang out with you. It's nice. Slay the Spire yesterday in between monster train runs. I saw you buy that. It looks fun. It looks fun. Rosera.
Lily, link time.
Oi, Rosera, thank you for the 100 bits and the beautiful message. Warms my heart to receive messages like that. It's the sweetest thing to see that. Skyward Sword, what's up? How are you doing? Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, feels the spoilers, so I'll scram. Oh yeah, whenever we're gonna start in a minute. It's true, coffee. It's true. If you need to avoid the spoilers, do it. Get out of here. Monster Train slaps. Isn't it turn-based of some sort? I thought. I'm referring to you guys being scared for lurking. I know. Felix, don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. We're just lurking in the background, just watching your every move, recording every message. I mean, Alchemic notices whenever I'm in other people's chats. So, Felix, I don't feel like you should be as scared as I am. Alchemic's watching which chats I'm watching. And I can't even see him in there because I'm looking for him. But he's sneaking on BTTV, so I can't even tell if he's lurking. Monster Train is like Slay the Spire and Magic the Gathering were smashed together. Yeah, I've got like a dum-dum brain. My dum-dum brain is not, it doesn't, I can't focus on things that are turn-based. It's too boring. It's too boring. I snooze. I am interested in playing Into the Breach though. That's supposed to be a really good turn-based game. And it's supposed to be like so like refined and like chopped down so that it's really just like the core mechanics. That might be able to keep my my entertainment. Also, hi there, Arisa. Go get yourself some food. Not hi there, bye there. Get out of here. Go get some food. Shoo! Doing good playing Skyward Sword while watching the stream. Sweet! Skyward Zone. Oh yeah. It shows you as another Twitch TV viewer. That's rough. That's rough out. Let me see. Your beard red is really vibrant today, Bohemian Moon. What's up? How are you doing? I've been changing up my lights and stuff, so I'm not surprised that it looks a little bit different. I am, yeah, I think I'm gonna buy a new lens pretty soon, but it's the one that I'm looking at is very expensive, so I'm suffering. I'm gonna try to get the room looking incredible, and then I'll switch. You just read the title, and what is it? Trials, shiny. That is somewhat. I don't want to say that it's clickbait. It's not clickbait. It's not clickbait because I mean the trials are in the game. Like that's the part that we're at right now is that you're supposed to do the trials in the game. So if you say hello, then I'll do the trials. It's free. It's free. Don't even worry about it. I mean, clickbait. The chat puts you through 3 trials. Oh, the trials of chat. Oh no, Zelda bits. How are you doing? Are the lights shurikens or snowflakes? Whatever you want it to be. Whatever you want it to be. I have more too, Dai. I've got more. I can't pick up these shapes. I can't pick them up. But one of the shapes that I think I'm gonna do is a droplet. I have a droplet, and then I also have like a honeycomb, and I'm not sure where I'm gonna put them. I want to put lights in front of me. I want to put them to the side. I want to put some. I want to be able to put some lights kind of everywhere. I have a little tiny Triforce that you can't see right now. You can't see it because it's it's out of the view, but it'll be in the view later. It's a tiny little little Triforce. It's 3 little baby triangles put together. It's cute. You assume that it was a Twitch bot? Oh, snap. Yeah, does it count for a viewer? I mean, does it count as more than one viewer? Like if 2 people lurk anonymously using the same bot. Yeah, it's a tiny Triforce. I want to show it off, but it's off camera right now. You can't see it. It's invisible. You'll be able to see it whenever we do the Lego building. You'll be able to see it whenever we do the Lego building on Saturday. Whenever we get like a lot of that roller coaster done, then boom, then you can see it. What? Let me go back up. What did I say? Oh, Bradfield says hello. Hello there. Savvy, thank you for the petties. I appreciate it. You're going to that? It's a turtle? What? That is a wacky looking turtle. That's one long boy. That's a long boy. You're just playing Stardew while Archie sleeps on me. We went swimming today, and you got a little bit burnt. Oh no! Oh no! We've got Fried Bohemian in the chat. Oh! Oh yeah, Doggy the Doggo! I mean, Doggy the Proto.
I'm going to dinner with my friend for her birthday. Glad I could make it too.
Boom! Thank you so much for the sub. Can we put some hype in the chat? Boom! Dog and the Proto with the 4 months. Thank you so much. You're gonna go to dinner with your friend for her birthday. Awesome sauce. Have a fun time. Have a fun time at the birthday dinner. Birthday dinner. Have some delicious food. We'll see you later. Thank you so much for the sub. See you later, Doggin. Get out of here. Get out of here and have a good time. No turtle shaming. It's an ugly turtle. I'm just kidding. It's a long turtle. There's nothing wrong with being a long turtle. It's true. Hey, Pink Boxer, how are you doing? What's up, Pink Boxer? Also, Storm Shield, yo, my dude, how are you doing? What's up? What's up, Storm Shield? I hope you're doing well. It's a goal! Oi, save the turtles. Stretch the turtles. That turtle dove makes me laugh. Oh my gosh, is that the stop lurking turtle dove? It goes, I like it. Linz is here. Hey, Linz, what's up? Nani? How are you? Who is that in the chat? Nani? It's Linz. Nani? Oh wait, did that just end the soundtrack? It's even better whenever the music's not playing. Nani? Yeah, turn on the music. Nani? Stop it. Okay, there we go. Now there's music. That's better. Nani? Whenever the music stops suddenly, you'll hear Nani? What's going on? Is it bad that I'm listening to this at work? No, Zelda Bits, it's not wrong at all. It's not wrong at all. You're just getting some vibes. I mean, it's part of the job. Like, I mean, obviously, you need vibes to be able to keep working. So, I don't see a problem with it. Steve Harvey? Nani? You missed the bird? Oh, shush, Kim. It'll be back. It'll be back eventually. All right. Listen, we gotta shake it up. All right. I gotta keep it fresh, you guys. Gotta keep it fresh. Huh? Need Kenny to stay sane. Storm Shield, that ain't working out so good so far. There, we're hanging on by a thread. How are you doing, Storm Shield? Are you doing well? Cause I'm hanging on by a thread. I hope that, but it's the best thread. It's so strong. It's got great tensile strength. He's tested these songs so that he can bring them back later with much more expensive prices. Exactly. I'm testing which ones y'all like better, and then I'll make those ones too expensive. By the way, Kenny, when will the art be reviewed? I'm sorry that I'm taking forever. I was gonna do it today, but then these lights took me longer to do, and I checked the PO box, and I actually went out to check on the amiibos. The amiibos are totally back ordered right now, so I can't get Zelda and her Loftwing. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. You ever build that big Lego set? Oh, which one? You mean the giant one? I already built one giant one. We built the Ninjago City, and then we We built half of the coaster last weekend, and we're gonna build more this weekend. We're building more, all right? We're building more. It'll be on Saturday. You missed the wait. I promise it's coming back. It's coming back, and I think that I'll maybe add something that's animated, at least for a little while. Like with the wait. Whenever it returns, I hope that I can make that bird animated. The coaster, your son is excited for it. We're gonna do that on Saturday. We're gonna hopefully get at least 2/3 done with it on Saturday. We'll see. If I can, I might do a long Saturday stream and an early Sunday stream to finish it off. We'll see. But I'd love to finish it this weekend. If I can, I want you to stare at toenails. Toenails? This is why I can never do a media request stream, you guys. This is why I can't allow y'all to send me media for me to view, because y'all are ridiculous. Also, Nardivel, what's up? Oh, the imprisoned. Yeah. I know. the big old nasty toes. We better not have to deal with him again, because he was gross. He was gross. But yeah, seriously, Storm Shield, I'm so frustrated about the roller coaster. I want the roller coaster to work. I want it to roll, but it takes forever to make it roll. It's like they make you build everything else except for the actual coaster itself, so it takes forever, and I just want to make it go like rear. I want to make it roll. Also, I looked for the motors that go on it. They're back ordered. There's no, I can't get the I can't remember if it's the battery pack or if it's the motor, but one of them I can't get. I can't make it motorized right now. I want to, but I think we're not gonna be able to do it. Your last 2 weekends of freedom? What? Alchemic, is school starting soon? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Is it? But it's only... What? It is already? Dude, the time flew by. That sucks. Dang, it really did fly by. I mean, I guess we were having fun, hey? I guess we were having fun. Because it just zoomed right by. I kind of thought that you'd still be free for like 3 more months or something. Holy moly. Holy moly. Mods would have to pre-review them. Don't encourage this. Yeah, you'd have to watch all of them, Linz. I wouldn't have to watch them. Yeah, if we ever did a media share, the only way that would be possible is if all of the mods pre-reviewed everything. And screened it for me, and then I watched it. Boring. You also have school in 2 weeks, and you can't come to the streams anymore because of time zones. Oh no, Yuki, I'm sorry that it's a mess. I'm so glad that you got to hang out with us. Also, I loved your art with me putting the clothes in the dishwasher. I'm sorry, Yuki. Maybe I can try to do streams that are at a different time. As I said, I don't know. There's like a bump. From what I've seen, there's a bump on my viewership that's like on both sides. So I think my streams are just too long, and I don't know which ones. I don't know which way to go. If I was to go one way, I would probably go earlier. But even if I go earlier, it's not like it's good in the morning, or at least it wasn't. Maybe if I got used to going earlier, then people would get used to it. I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious about changing up my stream times a little bit. Back to work on August 3rd. Oh snap! Back to work on August 3rd. That's a Tuesday, right? I think that's a Tuesday. Yeah, I think so. You're vibing at almost midnight. Oh snap! You should try earlier again. Yeah, I think that we might adjust it to 2 hours earlier. We'll see. It's a Tuesday. A Tuesday. Yeah, I think that I might start streaming 2 hours earlier than right now. Well, it would be 3 hours now because we've been talking for like 30 minutes and I was late as well. But yeah, I think that I might start. You'll just come during the weekends. Oh, no worries, Yuki. I'm thinking about everybody. We've got a lot of foreigner friendos around here. Is that a purple Marshall? It is kind of. It is. It's a squirrel. It's our character, the squirrel, but drawn in Animal Crossing style, and it does look like Marshall. It's so cute. A Tuesday. Hey, what's up, Leslie at the Disco? How are you doing? You could just come at the weekends. I'm sorry, Alchemic. A Tuesday. I've been all over with my stream times. The weather dictates when I can be up in my room. Holy crap. You should call it your tower. When you could be up in your tower. Yeah, you can't enter the tower at the wrong times because the weather magic has been all over the place. Those stupid weather wizards that live next door have just been making a mess, hey? So Saturdays pretty much. What? Saturdays? Oh no. Weekends only for me too. For what? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I'm confused. You're going on vacation on the 30th of July. You don't know if you're going to be able to vibe then. Ooh, you're going to be free. You're going to be vacationing. Ooh, that's awesome. If you stream earlier, yeah, I mean, it would be still a very long stream. It wouldn't be a short stream. Kenny, nice hair day. Oh, thanks, Beowulf. Yeah, I really tried to tease my hair. I tried to tease it and make it as fancy as possible for the stream. I got you. You're gonna get to go to the doctor tomorrow for the first time in 5 years. What, just a normal doctor, or is that like a face doctor? Also, hi there, Elfie. What's up? I hope you're doing well. Hello, Elfie. If you start 3 hours earlier, I'd be at work until about now. Yeah, I think that I would stream way past right now. So I think that if I did 3 hours earlier, and then maybe I'd end at like 8. Maybe I'd end at 7 or 8, and then sometimes I'd push it. It just depends on what we do. I don't know. We'll see, you guys. I hate time zones so much. I wish that I could just stream at a time that everybody could enjoy, but it's like there's two different groups and they don't connect very well. Y'all don't connect very well at all. There's technically 3 groups. There's technically the Australians and all of Asia, and then there's the Europeans, then there are the Americans, and there's no way to get them all to work. It's not fair, dude. I don't mind what time you stream since I stay up for it, Felix. Felix, you silly. There's of course people just like you that don't have decent time zones. I mean, that's me. I mean, I stay up about as late as that too. No matter when you stream, I always try to catch some of the stream. Shiny is so sweet. You're so sweet. I just want to make it as easy as possible for people to watch. And I know that I got lots of European friendos, but also lots of American friendos. Is tricky. You follow a streamer that streams, then takes a lunch break and then a second stream after. That is an option to do a morning stream and then an evening stream, but I don't know. That doesn't seem like that would be good for numbers. I'm guessing that they're a bigger streamer, Calico, or that they're not a big streamer at all. I'm at a difficult in-betweener state where I feel like I would really suffer if I did both of those. If I did that, it's like if you catch a raid, for example. If you catch a raid in the first part, then you're gonna lose them. You'll lose them all. You're watching illegally at work. Zelda bits. Oh my gosh. Oh. Awesome. Yeah, Roringo is here. Oh, what? Felix don't pay people to watch the stream? Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Are you paying Roringo to watch the stream? Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Felix, I'm not. I enjoy watching the streams late at night. Oh, that's good, Colm. That's good. I didn't know that it was late at night for you. It is. Yes, it's all over the place. I could usually make it to those times just because of the work conflict. He's a POG streamer. Of course I'd be here. Rodrigo. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. Earlier streams prevent me from doing so because I have meetings and such. Oh, baby. Don't you even have the money to get characters in... Wait, what? Don't even have the money to get my characters in Genshin, let alone pay people to watch you? Felix, you spend all your money on Genshin? Oh my gosh. Real degenerate gamer over here. Holy moly. Spending your pocket change for your freaking gachas so that you can get your hot anime boys. Shaking my head. That's how I mean, I get if you spend money on it, but if you're spending money that you should use on other things. You're getting paid to watch this? Ooh, Zelda's sweet. I used to watch streams while I worked as well. While I was doing editing. Those were the first streams that I ever watched was Ninja, actually. Those were the first people, the first person that I watched was Ninja playing Fortnite, and I was like, this is pretty pog. Emily, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome to the party. We're gonna play some Zelda. Sounds like Felix wants you to become famous, but no link. Ooh, no link. Good. No links in the chat. Genshin looks like a game that I would love, but I would never play it because I'd spend all my money. Exactly, Nardavel, don't do it. Don't do it. You can't start it. I had some people say that about Final Fantasy 14. Whenever I started it, they were like, I'd love to play that game, but I really shouldn't. If I start playing it, then I won't be able to stop. I mean, there is a car in that game that I kind of want to get just because it's so ridiculously big and ugly and so gaudy. It's like a $5 car or something, and I'm like, man, I'd love to roll up in that big old stupid car. It looks so bad. It's like you're just driving through the woods in this giant black car. It's very funny. You're headed home? All right, we'll see you soon, Calico. Get out of here. Get out of here. Drive safe. Drive safe. Yes, Callie, be careful. But it's ridiculous. I'm scared. It's 200. What? 200K? That's what it. I didn't even know that you could buy it within the game. You're almost to it. Ooh, that's tempting. That's tempting. To be honest, just stream on times that you're comfortable, Kenny. Adjusting it might be stressful. Yeah, Felix, it hurts my brain. I don't know what to focus on. Oh, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, the thing is that it's weird because it's like, it's tied between, I mean, I want to stream when the most people are here because it's more fun and because I get to entertain more people. That's the main thing. I always have more fun if there's more people in the chat because we get to talk about stuff and riff off each other. And I really want to, and there's even like regulars in the chat that I really don't want to box out because I'm like, I like hanging out with you. But I also feel like I should change it for other ones. It's a mess. I don't know what to do. Gacha impact is good as long as you have patience and don't expect anything for the gacha part. Yeah, if you just want to roll the dice, you know, you just roll it. You've streamed it this time for the longest time. It's true. Your viewers have grew accustomed to it. That's true. And that's why I wouldn't change anything too much. That's why I would adjust it by like 1 or 2 hours, like as little as possible. Do a random 5 a.m. CST stream and I'll be there. Oh, wow. What about us irregulars? That's not a bad word, but that is a very funny word to use. It's calling people irregular. Ooh, look at all these irregulars in the chat. You should stream at the times that you feel like, but I don't feel like any times. That's... You're saying, do what you want, but I don't know what I want. That's the problem. That's the problem. I don't want anything. That's the issue. Fax, no printer. Please do not send me faxes. Unacceptable. Tayaki-san, how are you doing? Welcome. Oi, 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 oi. Welcome. How are you doing? Well, I feel fine since I'm one of them. Oh, what? Elfie, I consider you a friend. You're a friend. You show up all the time. Elfie's the best. Elfie's the best. We see you all the time over here, Elfie. And you're friends with my friends. And if you're anywhere else, you're probably just over at another streamer that I love. So you're regular to me. It's true. You can always just roll dice and let them decide for you. Just let the fates decide. Every morning you roll a D24 to tell you when your stream starts. That's all that you do. Purchase a D24. And then actually 2 of them. You roll 2 D24s every day that will determine when the stream is and how many hours it is. Boom! Darn it! 24-hour stream at 3 a.m. again. Ah, no! I do love that we get responded to. That's something that's really nice and unique. It's small streamers. That's how it is, Zelda. That's what I'm living for. I live for the interaction. The interaction. This is my social time. This is my social time. I actually did have to speak to my property manager today, but this is me socializing, you guys. Look at me socializing. Yeah. What's up? Summer Wind Snap. There's a bug in my room. How are you doing? You're playing the Genshin update. Genshin Impact update? That sounds like fun. I hope that you're having a good time in it. You've been watching for a while, but you never typed in chat. No worries. Lemotran, how are you doing? Welcome. No, boo, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. You do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. Oh, it's a cozy stream, to be honest. Good stuff. I'm glad that you enjoy it, Colm. Sweet. Kenny's socializing? Wow. Imagine. I mean, You don't even have to imagine. Here I am. The other thing that I was thinking, you guys, is that what if I moved someday? What if I moved? Would I try to keep the same time, or would I adjust the time to meet my new time? Like, would I try to be consistent? Because depending on where I moved, that could really be a mess, dude. That could be a real mess. And I feel like I don't know. My regulars are pretty much why I stream, so that I can hang out, you know, with the people that are here every day. That's part of why I stream, so I really feel like I shouldn't mess with that. I feel like I should leave that alone, because a lot of my enjoyment is talking to the same people each day and getting to talk with y'all and spend time with you. So I feel like I should probably leave it alone. Oh wait, do you have daylight savings? Nobody's been saving daylight around here. There's no extra daylight. It's off all the shelves. This sounds like a brain-frying topic. Yes, it is. Oh, it's true. You've only been watching for a bit, but you love my energy. Pikiko, you're so sweet. Let me see. No. It's Pikio. I don't know how to say that. Oi, it's good to see you again. Welcome back. You like spending time with me? Kim, you sweet bean. You keep your daylight in a little Pikachu piggy bank. I saw a Pikachu light, you guys. What do you think about it? What do you think about having a it was like $40, and that's why I didn't buy it immediately. But what if I had like a Pikachu light back here? I'm tempted, you guys. I mean, it's like a little chonkster. It's a little chonkster that's this big. It's like an LED light, but it's like $40. It's dumb. It's too expensive. I don't know why it's so expensive. But Pikachu light could be fun. I saw it while I was looking for the amiibos. I was looking for that Loftwing amiibo, and I saw it there, and I was like, tempting. Do it. I just need to not ask y'all anything. If I ask y'all if I should do something, then y'all are all like, yes. I'm sorry for the difficult name. Just say it with confidence, and I'll be fine. I can also just call you Pi, which would be easier. But yes. I'll just say it with confidence. Boom. That's how you do it. Okay, there we go. I just closed that. Are you planning on moving to a different state? I'm not planning anything. No. And besides, I've got I was just saying, you know, I was just thinking, I was just dreaming, you know. I was just dreaming, just dreaming while streaming. Is that all right? Yeah. I definitely like thinking about stuff like that. I mean, I've moved like 3 times in the past 2 years. I mean, I'm good with moving. It's just I don't know where I'd go at the moment. Move to Florida? Heck no, I ain't moving to Florida. No way. I don't want to go to Florida. I mean, it would be fun to be near Walt Disney World. That's true. Being near Walt Disney World would be cool. You should get us a neon sign. Yes, I need a neon sign. It's true. Move to Dino City. Dino City. Ooh, I'm interested. Yes, I want to get an LED sign. It's going to, as I get these lights set up, I can make it darker in this room. So the reason why it doesn't look too like LED in here, I guess, is because so much of the room has to be lit by these lights here, because I haven't set up all of my my nano leaves. And once I set up all the nano leaves and I put some like LED strips everywhere, and it's like an RGB room, then I can make these lights more dim, and then it can be like a dark room. And I can even if these lights are too much, then I can turn it down. And we can just make the camera really sensitive, and it can just be a darker room. Yes, for absolute vibes. And then I can make it a big screen, you know, big screen, instead of me being in this little window. I'm only in this window because it's so zoomed in on my face. So zoomed in. I don't want y'all to see the detail of my beard. KP, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? He has Florida man energy. Just moved to Florida, become a rapper. I could do it. I don't know. U.S. is I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna stay in the U.S. It's not my favorite country. It's not my favorite. It's not a bad one. It's just not my favorite. You know, Mr. Worldwide. Oh no, not Mr. Worldwide. Goodness, just go bald and wear cringy sunglasses. No. Oh, wait a second. Cam, did you say move to my country? Just kidding. You live in Netherlands. I don't know anything about the Netherlands. I just know that they have a big place. What's it called? Big place in Netherlands is called, dang, what's it called? It's called, wait, I can remember this. Netherlands place is called, what's it called? Oh no, oh no, it's not getting closer, it's getting further away. No. Oh boy. Netherlands, Amsterdam. Got him. Woo! I got it. Woo! That was close. Amsterdam. That's what it was. I did it. I did it, you guys. Amsterdam. I found it. I found it. I found it in my brain. Aussie, you wouldn't be Kenny anymore. You'd be your neck. Your neck, because you're upside down. Kenny, I could move to Aussie. I could be an Aussie. It's true. Woo, you did it. Hooray. He remembered an extremely popular destination. It's true. Yeah, that's the only thing that I know about there is that they have Amsterdam. That's it. Norway? Norway's too expensive. I don't think I'd ever move to Norway. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Norway's I don't know if I want to have to pay for all that. I don't know if I could afford all that. Goodness gracious. There are a bunch of richies over there. I don't want to go over there. Too expensive. If I was gonna go close over there, I'd probably move to Sweden. You wanted to become a Kiwi, but then you had a kiddo and you gained a family. Oh well, Malice. I think that's an awesome choice. That's an awesome choice. I'm glad that you're living your life. You're living your life. Awesome sauce. Maybe you'll be able to do some other stuff later, but I think you're doing great. You're doing great. Malice, you're such a good bean. How about Finland? Finland. Finland is very much on the expensive side of the Nordic countries. I'm pretty sure that Sweden's the crappy one, right? Isn't Sweden like the Florida of Scandinavia, right? Isn't it? Pretty sure that Sweden is like the trash can. I'm just saying, like, isn't it? I thought that it was the cheap one. I thought that Norwegians, the only real Viking material, the only thing that's like Viking that still goes on is that Norwegians go to Sweden to plunder their cheap goods, right? Isn't that it? I'm pretty sure that Norwegians go over to Sweden, they plunder their cheap stuff, and then they bring it back. You know, just like the days of old. Sweden is cheaper, but not because it's trash. Oh, Florida's not trash either. How dare you? How dare you? Did you just say that Florida's crappy? Oh, even as a Finn, I'd be down to move to Sweden. Oh, I hope Click doesn't hear. Oh, no, I didn't say it was bad. I just said it was worse. Finland, great swimmers, excellent fins. Florida's kind of trash though. You shush! You're being mean now. That's not me. That's not me. It sounded like you said Sweden was trash. No, I didn't. I already said, like I said at the beginning, Shiny, if I was to move to any of them, it would be Sweden. That's where I would probably move. I've never been there before, but with very little research, that's where I would move. Also, my hair looks kind of like Mr. Noodle. Just a little bit. Looks, whenever it disconnects like that, it looks like Mr. Noodle from Sesame Street. Even Opes agrees about Florida. Oh, what? I mean, I'd agree about all sorts of bad things about Texas too, so whatever. Just because you're in a state doesn't mean that you're gonna defend it properly. Pop over to Ukraine and get groceries. Ooh, that's a long way, right? I mean, ask Click about it. He lives there. Hey, Click. How's the housing market over there? How's the housing market? Oh, now it's looking crazy. Looks like I've got double horns. Here we go. There we go. Oh, I like that. Now it looks more like Jim Carrey. There we go. Excelente. Vegeta head's hairstyle. I don't even know why I'm still here. It's pretty clear that Kenny hates Swedes. Oh, what? I never said that. Shiny, that is so far from the truth. Unbelievable. What? I did not say that. Such mad scientist vibes. I could put on my mad scientist goggles. Since I'm acting like an absolute minion right now. That's a true Chad hairdo. Yeah, look out. Look out me dabbing out on the street with all my drip with my Chad hairstyle. Yes, yes. Shiny, you're here because we love you. The chat loves you, Shiny. Even if I'm a stinky boy. A true Chad hairdo. I would recommend that you visit Puerto Rico, but not live in it. However, the housing prices in Britain is way less here. I had an aunt that lived in Puerto Rico. That's the end of the story. There's no other information there. We do love Shiny. It's true. It's true. Very, very snuggly. Very sweet. Canadians come to Fargo for cereal. Ooh, I mean, Canada's kind of pretty up there, right? Good story, Kenny. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm trying to become more of a storyteller. You can't be stinkier than me. Oh, what? Felix, go take a shower. Go take a shower. Favorite? My beautiful. My favorite story thus far. She's my least favorite aunt. How do you like that? Does that make the story more interesting? My least favorite aunt lives in Puerto Rico. Or she did. I think they moved. I don't know. I don't know. I don't keep tabs on them. Stop clapping! Stop clapping at me! That, Kim, that almost looks like you're clapping in Felix's face. Like as a, like, just to get him away or something. Get back! Get back, Felix! No takoyaki for you! No! Get! Shoo! Tea! Unbelievable. Canada will be the only place not dead with all this heat. Zelda, I'm pretty sure that Darren would like to speak to you about the heat that you think is in Canada. I hate to inform you, but I have on good evidence that Canada is burning up right now. I heard that Canada's on fire at the moment in some places. So, didn't an entire village burn to the ground from the heat? Yes, I believe it did. A town in Canada completely burned down. It's true. Go really far north? Yeah, just go to Antarctica. Listen, you have to go to the tips of the world. It's the only way to survive. Just kidding, you'll die up there. No, too cold. Too cold. Run for you. Unbelievable. The Oshi died instead of Oshi. No, she didn't die. She's still alive. For now. You meant the Yukon? Oh my gosh, you'd be like gone. I thought that all the big cities in Canada were down to the south, weren't they? I thought that they were like Ontario. Aren't they all down kind of low? I thought like near the US kind of. They're not too far away, right? I don't know. You saw a video with people in Antarctica and the sun only goes up and down once every 6 hours. I know, it's crazy. It's madness. Messing with the sun, that would mess with me. That would mess with me. Don't mess with my son ever again. I love the flip squirrel. It still looks cute. Flip squirrel. The Arctic is, every 6 months. I read 6 hours. And I was like, how does that work? Felix is tired. The Arctic is in the Northland. Antarctic is south. Whatever. It's all too cold for me. Don't touch my son. That sounds amazing. Ontario is right above Michigan. Michigan. It's my mission to stay away from Michigan. You don't like the sun? Oh, what? You like to hide from the sun? Felix, vampire? Question mark. Is Felix a vampire? It's been unconfirmed for 3 years, and we're still not sure about it. I'm gonna start this game, you guys. We can chat while I play this silly game. What do you say? What do you say, friends? Otherwise, we're never gonna play this game. We're never gonna play it. I gotta just start it. Aren't most of the Canadian metropolis closer to the border? Yeah, they are closer to the border, true. Down to the bottom. Oh, Pac-Man! It's Pac-Man 99. It's like Tetris 99, but with Pac-Man and stuff. Also, I kind of want to put on a hat. Maybe I should put on the Toad hat. I could totally put on that hat. Toad moment? Yeah, it feels like a Toad moment. It feels like we've gotten to a place where I totally have to wear this hat. Oh yeah. I'm feeling it now. We're going to Lake Florida. We're going to Lake Florida. Do your best Toad impression. It takes me time. Hello, Mario. Here we go. Wahoo! What's this icky paint-like goo? It's moving! No, boys, don't touch that stuff. Mario! Ow, ow. Now you look like a proper gentleman, indeed. Much better. Thank goodness. He really looks a lot better with that big old toad hat on him. He looks like a fancy gentleman. Zoom! Dungeon time. Are you ready to go to the dungeon? Welcome to my dungeon. Welcome to my dungeon. Everybody's invited. How do I get in the... ooh. Oh, I think I know how. I think I have to dive. No, it's... up we go. Yeah. Yahoo! There we go. Now we go into the dungeon. Link's like, whoa, these walls are really tall. Uh-oh, spooky. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to go down there. Kenny the gentleman? I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. Kenny's never been a gentleman to me. You look like a mom in a salon waiting for her hair dye to seep into her hair. Oh, what? Toad's not a mom. Toad's a father. What? Anti-Dark! Hey! Whoa! Oi! Oi! What's up? Anti-Dark, thanks for the raid. How's everybody doing? Oi, it's me, the Earl of Suds. I hope you're doing well. We're vibing. What's up? Oi. Hello, Raiders. How are you doing? What's up? Water boy Po. Is that what? What? No, that's Waterboy PC. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Hello there, the Chobin. I hope that you're well. Welcome to the party, you guys. Boom! We're playing some Legend of Zelda. Were you doing art? What the heck? Anti-Dark Art, thank you for those 7 months of support. Oh, snap. I'm pretty sure that I have a longer subscription over on Anti-Dark Art. I'm pretty sure that I win. Oh, you were playing with Chippy. Oh snap. It was serious Terraria business. That sounds like fun. I hope that y'all had a good time. I'm sorry that I've been down and out whenever it comes to Terraria. My bad. I hope that y'all had a great time. Shouts out to Chippy. That's not... This dungeon is a banger. Oh, boy. I'm so nervous about this game. It's been so frustrating. This game has been so annoying. It's really the worst one. Get yourself some sleep. Anti-Dark Card. Hope you get some rest. We'll see you later, Kelsey. Get some rest. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a lot of fun. Take a good nap. Are you going to try out the Pokemon game at some point? Yeah, we could try it tonight if y'all wanted to. If y'all want to see me play it, I mean, we can, but it's a multiplayer game. I'm guessing there's like no chatting in it, so that'd be an option. Oh, we'll see you later. Thanks, Waterboy. Appreciate you being part of the raid. We'll see you later, my friends. We will see you later. Thanks for being part of the raid, but peace out. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Get out of here. Enjoy your day. Thanks for being part of the raid. That's fun. It is? That's cool. Yeah, they're trying to suck you into buying Mr. Mime. See, what's up, A-Star? Welcome to the party, my friend. Carved into the great statue are inscriptions of gratitude. They reveal the secret order of this temple. First the back, then the rear, which are very similar. First the back, then the rear, then the back to the right hand, and finally the back of the left hand. I'm saving that. They just told me how to solve the dungeon. You guys, we figured it out. We figured out the puzzle. Don't even worry about it. The puzzle has been solved. Oh yeah, we could save right here. Let's save. It only took you like 7 games to unlock Mr. Mime. Yeah, how's the gameplay, Chemic? Maybe I'll just try it out. Because you know what? It just looks like a lot of fun anyway. SS Skyward Sword is definitely the worst one. It's true, Zelda. It's true. It's still what I've been gathering is that it's a bad Zelda game, but it's an alright game. You know, it's an alright game. It's still enjoyable. It's just a bad Zelda game. I want to break free. What the heck? The hand closed on me. It was worth it. It was worth every bit. Hey, Jedi Aurora, what's up? How are you doing? Jedi. I hope you're doing good. Oi. Welcome to the party. Hello, it is me, your overlord Toad. I am totally in charge here. Okay, we're gonna. What is it saying? It's saying that there's like There was things on hands. Where is that? I see that there's some... Let's just go over here. Let's ignore this. It's a 10-minute rounds, and you can capture areas by collecting Pokemon. It's interesting. Maybe I'll try it off stream. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We might need a break from this game before we can finish it. We'll have to see. Oh yeah, these guys are triple size, and since they have since we have limitations on our stamina, they're really kind of tough to beat. Open up! Open up! What treasures are you hiding inside? Yeah, I don't understand this. I do not understand this place at all yet. I'm so confused. You have no idea how this game works? Me either, Felix, and I've been playing it for like 20 hours. I get the mechanics kind of, but there's still so much that I don't understand. They added so many elements to this game. I don't get it yet. We're probably gonna get a new item in this dungeon too. A new item to deal with. Here's a hint. Spider bad. What do we do with this spider? I forget. You're supposed to like knock him onto his back, but oh, like that. Now we stabbed the jelly out of him. Got him. What? Zelda, you think that it's overrated? What? I hear about Twilight Princess being people's favorites all the time. I hear about that being people's favorites all the time. Underrated? Really? What ratings of... Oh my god. Stop! Yo, what's up? Oh my god. Salty, what? You're ending your stream right now? What a surprise. Salty and friends, what's up? How are y'all doing? Oi, 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 Salty. Yo, thanks for the raid. Woo, 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 it's party. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it. Welcome. Oi, we're playing a little bit of the new Zelda game. Well, it's a new release. It's not really a new game, but how's everybody doing? Hi there, Salty and friends. I hope that y'all had a great time over there. What the heck were y'all doing? What the heck was Salty doing? Salty's always doing great stuff. Oh, the bot's asleep. We need to give Salty a shout out right now. I got to turn on my bot just for this, you guys. This is too good. I can't let it go. How was the stream? I hope that y'all had a great time. Welcome to the party. Hi there. My name's Earl Suds. We're playing some Legend of Zelda. I play pretty much anything every single day. I'm just glad to see you guys. Hope that y'all are vibing, having a good time. Sea of Thieves and Jackbox. Oh, sweet. The multiplayer multi-packs. Oh my gosh. Some of my hair is not fitting into this Toad hat. There we go. That totally looks better. That's totally way better, you guys. Well, I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. If y'all wanna vibe over here, boom, we got good vibes. They're totally free. It's extremely affordable vibes. I'm in a super weird mood, like a good mood, just like a goofy mood. I didn't sleep barely any last night. I am on the edge of sanity, and I'm glad to welcome you all here. You have to leave because you never played the new one. I understand. Yeah. Squirrel and anybody else that hasn't played this game, boom. I totally understand. If you just want to be part of the raid, say hi. I super duper appreciate it. Yeah, you could check us out whenever we're playing some other game. You get out of here and enjoy the game. I hope that you have a great time with it because it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I hope that you have a good time with it. And, well, what is this? What's going on here? Hey, yo, Joven, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. You came with the anti-Dark Heart raid. I appreciate it, my friend. Boom. Welcome to the party. You think Twilight Princess is appreciated? Everybody loves Twilight Princess. All the edgy kids. The edgy kids love Twilight Princess. It's got all that ah-woo energy. It's got that ah-woo. Because it's Wolf Link. It's the oh whoa Zelda. It's true. You and Kitty both. Oh wait, what? Who? Me? Who needs sanity anyway? Exactly. Who needs sanity? Not me. Not me. I'm too busy to stay sane. No, stop. Oh, plant. Okay, there we go. We killed it. Hi woo. Oh no. Hi woo. That's really hard to say. Yeah. Twilight Princess also has your favorite gremlin companion. The companion is awesome. I do really like the companion. She's got like a giant square head. It looks like the design wouldn't work, but it really does. It really does. She's really cool. Considering it's a lot of the sword mechanics and trial mechanics brought over from TP Skyward, I'd say that it's pretty appreciated. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Everybody loves Twilight Princess. I mean, except for me. You're making me want to finish Breath of the Wild. Ooh, Salty. That's a good one. Salty. I think that might be my second favorite or my third favorite. I do love Ocarina of Time probably the most, but man, Breath of the Wild is so much fun. I do recommend it. It sometimes can take a little while to get into some of the elements, but boy, it's a lot of fun. It's your first Zelda game, you're loving it? Sweet. It's so good. It's so good. It only gets better. Ugh. Let me get up here. Come on. That reminds me, I was like looking at the sales recently, and I was like, Carrion's on sale? Ooh, I've seen Salty play that. Salty's like my YouTube, what is it? Like my YouTube celebrity is Salty. So that it's like, oh, I've seen Salty play that. I watched some Salty gameplay of that game. And that makes me interested in it. Carrion's super good. You should try it. Not on stream. That's it's way too edgy for me. Too edgy for my streams, but I should play it anyway. Ocarina of Time is the best. Oh, see you later, Zelda. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your work day. Or at least I hope you do. It's gory. Yeah. It's too spooky. It's too spooky. I can't do that. Developer tips: how to not be suspicious. Oh, now I want to learn this. What do you mean? How to not be suspicious. Trust is hard. Remember what you were doing and where at all times. Remember everything. Okay. Encyclopedic memory. Easy peasy. Take note of who was around you. All right. Just have an encyclopedia knowledge of everything. Being observant will take you far. Well, no crap, dude. Don't panic. Oh, all right. Control my emotions. Makes sense. Thanks, Among Us. I was gonna check the picture that we just took. Even though we're really close to the sign. The back, then the rear, then the back of the right, then the back of the left. What the heck? Yeah, that's Among Us cheats. That's how to hack Among Us and win every time. Oh, look, there's an X over here. What? I like to think that Kenny ends stream and instantly turns on the goriest games. Oh, what? Die like what? What, you think that I just play Manhunt? Like I end the stream and then I'm like, all right, Manhunt time. Oh, it looks like we got to turn off the, we got to turn off that waterfall. It's too swaggy. You can't get rid. Kenny be shredding fools in Apex? I wish. I've actually not been playing Apex recently because I got so bummed out about being sucky at it. I think I might need to switch to I might switch to controller because playing on playing with a mouse is so hard for me. I think I'm gonna stop. I think I need to switch because it's way too frustrating. Oh, I bet that I could spin attack the bottom of the lily. I just thought of that. You came in from the Salty stream? Hey, Beth Galaxy Fox. Thanks for jumping in here. I hope that you're having a good day. What's up? I can offer you good vibes. Good vibes and Zelda games. These are the offers that I can give for you. If you're interested, they're available. I don't know how to flip them back over. How did I flip it in general? Just hit it. Just whack that lily pad. Are we playing Skyward Sword? My favorite game! Yes! Yes, I am, Beth. This is the first time that I've ever played this game. Certainly as far as I've gotten here. I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you to ask if you want to play for ages. I just assumed you were bored of it. I am bored of it, A-Star. It's true. I'm bored because I'm bad at it. Yeah. No, don't worry. I haven't been playing without you, my friend. I haven't been playing without you. I just haven't been playing it. I think I uninstalled it. I'd have to reinstall it. Okay, let's try walking up here maybe. Oh, let's go up here. You know it by your heart now? Beth, you're a professional. You rage quit Apex? Oh, wow, not really. Not really. The only time that I'm tempted to rage quit Apex is whenever my teammates drop out during, what's it called? The arenas game. If my friends leave on arenas, I am tempted to rage quit. I don't, but I get tempted. How do you do this? This has got to be like the grapple hook. He goes through phases in games. It's true. I'm so bad at focusing. I have horrible focus. I'm sorry. But we'll beat this game, all right? That's the only guarantee I can give you. We're gonna beat this game. This game's getting beaten, okay? And then I can't promise anything. Who knows what's gonna happen next? I could start getting addicted to a new multiplayer game. I mean, I got addicted to Fall Guys for a long time. I got addicted to Phasmo for a long time. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. Could be anything next time. Focus more like a mug. No. Focus more like sus. The new season of Fall Guys just started too. Let's play Diablo Resurrection when it comes out. Is that the second one? Is that the second one remastered? Ooh. Ooh, I'd be interested in that. I want to grab this gem in this hand. So what's with these hands? Oh, it's D2 remastered. See, I've never played D2. I don't know what that... I don't even know exactly what it is. Is it an RTS? Confused. Toad, tee, hello. Hey, Kareem, what's up? It's me, your local Toad. What do I wanna get grabbed. Stop grabbing me, you stinking statue. I don't know how to deal with this. So there's something on both of the hands. But, I can spin. Does it have to do with the sign? I feel like that's a later thing. I feel like that's not... Yeah, see, I thought that it might be that, but it says that it's under the hands. Under the hands. So I don't see anything down here, though. Look, he just has a ring. Maybe, oh, it helps you see under it. So look at this. It's got the, it's got symbols underneath the hands. But it doesn't even show you during this camera. It just doesn't seem like the next thing to do. I'm not sure what the next thing to do is, but it doesn't seem like this. D2 is amazing. It's an RPG like Diablo 3. Oh, so maybe, is it the perspective of D2 that made me think that it was so unique? Yeah, maybe it was because of like the point of view or the graphics of it. They really threw me off. I love Dark Souls. I mean, not Dark Souls. I love the third one. I'd be tempted. If it's anything like the third one, I'd be down. I was kind of looking forward to number 4, though. Why are they making us wait? Yeah, top-down perspective. You'd like D2 if you like D3. Okay, good. Yeah, I like D3. No, not Dark Souls. Dark Souls is also good. Dark Souls is also good, but if I was to play one of those, it'd be Sekiro. Yeah, this has got a lock, but there's no special indicator over here. You see that? Strike the gemstones pointing in 4 directions wisely. Oh, it's a key. Oh. Nani? Thank you. You have Sekiro, but you're afraid of installing it. I really like Sekiro as compared to the Dark Souls games because Sekiro gives you multiple ways to defeat bosses. Or it gives you, there's multiple systems that you can use. So it feels more like you're trying different things. I don't know. Dark Souls has a lot of trial and error. And the trial seems more fun in Sekiro. I don't know. Because there's like 2 different types of systems. One is what? A parry. And one's kind of like just the standard dodge. So you can dodge or parry. And you can do these like finishing blows. It's really satisfying. It's really fun. Nani? Okay, so this is the key. So we gotta look for these symbols. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, so it says something about behind. Who's behind? I think that it's the statues behind. Dark Souls has different builds instead, but the game does differ a lot. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can build different things in Dark Souls with the different weapons and stuff. It's just so tricky. It's just so tricky to understand it. As somebody who's a complete noob at Dark Souls, being able to figure out the different builds is very, very difficult for me. So it says behind and below, right? Isn't that what it said? What'd you say, Dai? No matter the game, I'm awful at parrying. I just don't have the timing. I feel like I'm bad at parrying in all games except for that one. That one's so much fun. I really did enjoy it. I think that I didn't get stuck as much as I just got bored. I didn't get Yeah, I didn't ever find like a boss and quit. I beat a boss and then I was just like, well, whatever, we're done. Just ignore this stinking game. Too long. Game too long. I didn't want to look up who the next boss was to fight, so I didn't bother. Oops. Oopsies. All right. Secret order. So back, rear, right, left. Back, rear, right, left. Okay, okay. Back. Check that first. Oh boy, this is a tiresome. This is a tiresome puzzle. Back, rear, right, left. Oh, what's up, Swift? You said that's did you rename yourself? Oh, it's Chase Swift Talent. All right, sweet. Welcome to the chat. It's good to see you. What made you want to switch your name up? But welcome to the party either way. I wonder if it's the back of the statue or if it's the back of the room. Because it says hand, so it makes me think that it's all based on the statue. But I don't know. I don't see anything on there. Oh, there's one. Okay, there's one right there. I wonder if that's the back or if that's behind. It's so that one's on the top. So one of them is top. I should be able to just figure this out with 3 pieces. 3 pieces will do. We'll be able to do, we'll just cheese it. We'll just cheese it from there. So we've got up. Up is on the back. All right. Easy enough. Now let's check the hands. Check those hands out. Look at those hands. Take a little look at these fingies. Zoom. Okay, so up is the back. And then these hands, I'm guessing it's whenever they're closed. Up. Okay, so something left. Up, something left. Okay. Up, something left. I think that the... Oh, wait. What the heck? How many hands does this thing have? Oh, wait. Oh, that's the left hand. Okay. I really hope that it's his left hand. Do the locks on the door correspond to the symbols of the statue? Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's it. So that one's left. So left is right. Right is left, I should say. Do you think that you're going to be able to get to the boss on the stream? Yes. Yes, Beth. I won't stop until we beat this boss. I will not be satisfied without beating a boss. I can assure that. Nani! I normally stream for like 6 hours, so we should be able to do that. Back, rear, back of the right. So the right is left. So it's left. So it's left, right, up. Left, right, up, down, or left, right, down, up. There's only 4, so we should be able to figure this out pretty easy. Like I said. Okay. To the puzzle. Whoops. Flipped it over. So you can flip them over by like dive bombing onto them, but how do you do that with the ones that are like all messed up? Let me out. All right. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Speaking of all right. We need to do our Just Dance stream soon. We're gonna do the Just Dance stream soon. Ooh! And this weekend we're gonna do that sweet, sweet Lego build stream, man. Can't wait to finish that roller coaster. Give me that roller coaster, baby. We need what? I forget. Oh. Oh, look! It even informs you how far you've made it. What? Oh, I see. It doesn't show progress. Okay, so it doesn't show progress, and it's let me double check this. It says that it's up down. So it's the uppies and the downies first, I think, right? Yeah, it's either up down or it's down up, and then it's the back of the right hand, which is left, I think. So it's gonna go like that. First try, baby. Just kidding. That wasn't the first try. That was almost the first try, baby. Oh, we'll see you later. Shiny, you're gonna go get some sleep now. You might be able to catch the beginnings of the stream, but it always makes my day to be able to watch your stream before sleep. It's so sweet. We love you, Shiny. We'll see you later. Get some rest. Oi. Let's cool off with the caps, Beth, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. I'm glad that you're excited though. Just Dance. Ooh, the roller coaster made you so nostalgic. Ooh, Salty, it's gonna be awesome. Did you see that did I show you that I have another Lego set too? I have a third giant box in this room. I have 3 gigantic boxes in this room. One that we've already made, one's a roller coaster, and then there's another city thing that we're gonna be building. Ooh, it's exciting. Oh, we opened it up. You love the hat, by the way? Oh, thank you, Ben. Oh, thank you. Sadly, you're gonna miss the Lego stream because the cousins are visiting this weekend. Ooh, that's too bad. But I don't think that we're gonna finish it in one day. We'll have to see. Oh my God, you're gonna make me want to buy one. I want to build. I know, it's the building part that's the best part. So what you want to do is that you gotta find something that you want to display, and then you build it. It's like first you pick what you want to keep, because building is always so much fun. Sorry, I just got really excited. No worries, Beth. No worries. Jelly. Kill the jelly. Kill the jelly spiders. You gotta do it, Salty. You gotta do it. Legos are so affordable. You should just go for it. It's so affordable. Just go for it. Just kidding. They're ridiculously expensive. Lego. They're an investment. Yes, they're an investment in your future. It's true. There may be an investment in your happiness, but that's the only investment I see. They got that money. They got that money. It does cost that moosh. Cost that big moosh. How dare they? Yes, investment for sure. Oh yes, we do investing topics. We do investing advice. Oh yeah, Salty, if you're interested in getting into the market, me and my chat should be able to help you with your investment, with your portfolio. I don't know if you've had your portfolio looked at recently, but if you need somebody to do it, of course I'll help you out. I'll help you out. Wait, we can't go through there. That's impossible. We can't go through there. You dumped it all on Doge, yeah? I need some help with my portfolio. All I know is Doge. Is Doge good, streamer? All I do is Doge, no matter what. You gotta go. You're gonna go to Fargo? All right, we'll see you later, Bohemian Moon. Enjoy Fargo. Make sure that you don't go anywhere near a wood chipper, all right? Avoid the wood chippers. Spoiler alert. Down we go. Go long. Go. Can we spin through? Oh, yeah, we could spin through. Nice. Tomorrow we're talking cryptos and why you should trust Logan Paul.
$5 Lego investment.
Oi, Kareem! Thank you so much for the $5. Oh, snap! Can we put some hype in the chat for the $5 donation? Oh, yeah! Ooh. Ooh, we should make that be art. I should make that be art and be like a cute little animation that happens whenever there's donated money. Whoop, 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 whoop. I appreciate it. I'm probably going to open up a tip goal for some new headphones pretty soon because these headphones are $8. These are $8 headphones. They're sticking in my ear. Small key. One small key for Link, but that's a giant key for us, you guys. But yes. Thank you so much for the Lego investments, Kareem. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you're investing in such value. Tomorrow we're talking about cryptos. Why you should trust Logan Paul? What did Logan Paul say? What did Logan Paul say? I didn't hear about that. I don't listen to that guy. What did he? You gotta hit me up with that good investment advice. I have all this money. What am I gonna do with it? It's very valuable. Yes. It is very valuable. It's true. Have you seen the Lego prices recently? They've skyrocketed. Logan Paul was sponsored for the fight with the shady altcoin. Ooh, altcoins. Oh no. He was sponsored by a Bitcoin ripoff. Oh dear. Oh dear. Shady crypto with Logan. Boyan. All right, let's open it up. What's inside? Ooh, we need to do like the salty tea hour, where Salty will call in and we'll talk about all the tea that happened this week. Okay, Salty, give me your best tea. What have the famous people been doing? Let's talk about it. Imagine such a wholesome person getting involved with a shady coin. I know. It's because this content's so positive and uplifting. It's confusing. Oh, I think that this is a wind. Billionaires blasting off into space with rockets, trying to escape the poor people. Unbelievable. I mean, that would help with wealth inequity, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Since they'd be gone. They wouldn't count. Would they still count as, would we count them as humans? Would they, oh, but wait, I mean, they're still humans. I'm just saying, like, would you count them? That sounds horrible. Would you count them if you're like the richest man on Earth? What if they weren't on Earth anymore? What if we blast Bezos and Elon out of here? Then wealth inequity would go down, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Because they wouldn't be here anymore. They wouldn't be the richest people on Earth. Bye-bye. Look at this suspicious device. What is this? Bruv. What is the, what did I just earn? This is the Wave Buster. The Wave Buster. Nintendo normally designs their games so that you have to use the gadget that you've most recently been given. But I don't think we could survive that fall. Hi, y'all. Just about to be done with work. Hey, Ivy. We look forward to you being free. Free. Boyan. Farewell. Oh, I had my sailcloth. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Bone Man. Dark Souls? Dark Souls just started, you guys. The Dark Souls stream that you were all asking for is right here. Ooh, wait a second. What's my backflip button? Okay. Boyan, 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 boyan. Look at him. Look at him. Because of the motion controls, look how much focus they make on, like, doing the right cut. Look at him. He's just moving around. It's just like a little puzzle game. It's like an exciting, time-sensitive puzzle game. Ooh, ooh. Stab, stab, stab. Boyan. Stab. Oh. Oh, now he's mad. He's got extra weapons. Now there's only one direction that you can hit him in. Who holds swords like that? He's like, I'm gonna give you one opening. All right. You've got to be fair. Whenever you do a sword fight with a little boy, you must be fair. Ooh, I think I saw a spot for... Oh, wait. No, we can't do stabbery. But wait. But wait. Oh, he's doing angles. Gosh darn it, it's hurting me. Leave me alone. Ouch. Dang. All right, I gotta be patient. I don't like this patient. Oh, I knocked his hat off. Ew, he's got 3 eyes. Why have you got a bonus eyeball, my guy? Why you got so many eyeballs? What have you been looking at? What do you got to look at so bad? Okay, I think he's dead. He was still alive. He was still alive until the very end. All right, he's dead. Give me that. Give me these delicious hearts. Yum, 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 yum. Yes, Dark Souls, finally. Dark Souls and Legend of Zelda team up for the edgiest Legend of Zelda game that you've ever seen. Oh, I already left the chat without saying goodbye. Wait, are you going to bed? Are you going to bed? Yukin, I hope that you get some good sleep. I hope that you get some good sleep. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Much love to our friendo Yukin Arts. Get some rest. Oh. Thanks for saying goodnight. You're so sweet coming back to say goodnight. That's so sweet. Y'all are good beans, darn it. A whip. A whip. You got the whip. Attached to the end of the whip is a strange glowing sphere of light that can be latched onto various things. Oh, so this replaces the, this replaces the hook shot. So there's no hook shot, there's only whips. Get Lonky's got a whip. Whip it, buddy. Oh, yeah. Also, hi there, slimy salamander. I didn't know that you were here. Ooh, I think that's gonna be a fun mechanic. I like it. We're gonna whip this device over here. Ooh, that is fun. You can call me Yukina if you want to. Ooh, that's a pretty name. Yukina. Toad Hat with a Zelda game. What's this, a crossover episode? Hello! I'm the hero of time! Wow! No, LSR! Bad LSR. Bad. Wait. I was trying to whip. Hello! Zelda! Hi, I'm only here for a few minutes before I go out to dinner with my grandparents. All right, that sounds like fun. I hope that you have a good time, Grape Dog. Hope you have a good time. It was good to see you, even if just for a moment. Even if just for a moment. Boom. We're still playing that Zelda. Still playing that spicy Zelda game. We're not free. We're still not free of the dungeons. We're stuck in these dungeons. Ooh, big pretty key. Look at the big pretty key. It's the inside of like a pretty lily pad. Ooh, 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 ooh. What does this say? Look for the key that lies beneath the earth. Okay, so we're about to get deep. I was holding the sailcloth waiting. Okay, there we go. Is this still the same temple? We hadn't entered this temple yet, Grape Dog. So this is, ooh, we need to go up one level. I forgot about that. Yeah, we haven't, we just got into this temple, essentially. So we haven't been stuck here for long. Woo! There we go. Hi, that little Italian. How are you doing? You're lurking tonight? All right. Thanks for the lurks. I appreciate it. Boom! Little Italian. Enjoy your sweet lurkies. We're gonna be playing this spicy, delicious Zelda game. Spicy and delicious. We could probably whip our way across like Indiana Jones. Oh, we're too tired. The stamina in this game. The stamina makes me want to cry, dude. Cottage Life came out. That's right. Oh, what? Cottage Life in The Sims. How do you whip? Hey, not bad. I like that the swing's already automatically kind of done. Ooh, that's spooky. It's Purple Lotus. Ooh, it sure is pretty. There we go. Open up. Open up. Traumatic experiences are about to happen? I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm a gaming professional. There's nothing in this game that's going to disturb me. Do I give Origin another $40? That's up to you. That's up to you. What is that? Wait a second. Ubisoft has Uplay. Origins is EA? I forget what Origins is. I think it is EA. Looks like this is locked. I mean, it being locked is the indicator for whether or not it is. It looks like you can whip over the... that's why they have little weird hooks on top. I was wondering what the design of that root was. You can whip them. It's a wave buster, you guys. It's a wave buster. It's a solution to everything. See, just flip it over. Boom. Nani? Hey, Carlo. Thank you for the beautiful sound effects. Appreciate it. Oh, wait, you can whip everything now. I see. Now we just whip this as well. Boom. Save the lily pads. Hashtag save the lily. There we go. Now we can get through there. Get through that fish mouth. Open up. Here comes Link. Open up. Whip it into shape. Yeah, we gotta smack it. Is this turning into Bayonetta? We are now playing Bayonetta 4 on the Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch, my favorite console. Stab! You're dead! Aha! I knew there'd be treasure back here. Give me my money. $20. $20. All right. I'd do anything for $20. Nani? What are we at? Nani? What are we supposed to do here? There's a fish? Doesn't look like this is ready. Doesn't look like we can go through here. Maybe there's another entrance over here, but we just opened this. I don't see anything to focus on. I feel like if there's anything to do with these whips, then we'd be given a target. Oh, there we go. You can use that through. Okay, I was thinking this has got to be it. If they give me a puzzle to get in here, there's got to be a way through. Oh, we got some butterflies. Time to play a little ditty. No, no, I was playing music. That's right. That's right. I'm gonna be out of stamina with these guys. There's too many of them. What do I just have to like cut them into little tiny pieces? It's way too much trouble. What does the sign say? Play a little song. I guess that means that there's a hidden object. Is that what it indicated? I think that just might indicate that there is there's a hidden object. Oh yeah, we also have a shield now. I wonder if it's readied. Where's the shield? Oh, there it is. Do I have to? Oh. I don't have to select it on that wheel, thank goodness. It's just an item. Okay, yeah. I don't think that you can knock back arrows with the shield, so that's as good as it gets. If they were shooting a little rock at me, then I could shoot that back. But yeah, we got our shield now, so we can defend ourselves. And Link looks cooler with a shield anyway. Come on, buddy. I don't quite understand how to do it. Link, you're doing all right, buddy. You're doing great. Everybody's proud of you. You just walk up, chop. Nope. Gotta get that perfect timing. Bye-bye. Big rotating block. We get to the top, and it's just some fine product on display. If you love me, let me go. Oh, is this just a time to... I think this might just be a rest spot. Boing, 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 boing. I don't know. Oh, this looks like the next area. Okay, good. Boyan. You started having a terrible headache? Oh, no. I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy, Kim. I hope you feel better. Sorry that you're feeling crummy. Get some rest. That headache better go away. The headache better go away, or we're going to be mad at it. Get rid of it. Drink some water. Get some good rest. We'll see you later, Kim. Oh, you can... Oh, maybe you can whip it. Can you whip twice? Ooh. Let's try it. We got... So, one whip. I'm trying to... Look, it's letting me target it, though. So, do I target it and then jump? How do... Dang it! It looks like you gotta target that first, right? How do I... Yeah, whip it good! Whip it good, Earl! There you go! Alright, now we can swing across after we shoot down that stupid bug. You get your bug butt down here, Buster. That's right. Shot him right in his thorax. I don't think that spiders have thoraxes. There we go. And now we have a landing spot. Oh, we need to swing more. Nintendo, why? Why do you make me suffer like this? It doesn't even work. It's not plug and play. Yeah, what do I have to slow down? Oh no. More swinging. Shaking my head. All right, we made it. Thank goodness. 2 tries. 2 tries. Zelda Bits, you're back. You're back at it again. Are you still at work? Are you still at work? Boy, Zelda, welcome back. Spooters are just heads and tummies. Yeah, but what is their tummy called? It's called an abdomen. They're just all abdomen and legs. Abdomen, legs, and a couple of teeth. Ooh, a little bit of monster goop. Okay. You're wondering what's the long shades counter? Ooh. That's the subs. That's the amount of subs today. If we make it to 15 subs, long shades happens. Down the toilet. Down the toilet, my boy. My boy. All right, spooky down here. This is yeah, this is how they kind of described it. They described going underground to do what we need to do. Okay, so we're supposed to, yeah, turn him around. Oh, I almost hit the jelly. Dang it. We gotta flip this over, and the only way that I know how to do that is by landing on it. There must be another way to flip them. We'll figure it out. Maybe we can whip the bottom of it? I don't think so. Link, save! Save! There you go. That's a good fella. Ow. Make sure that we don't lose our progress. Okay, Link. So, no, you can't whip the bottom of those. You can't whip through the water. Nah, maybe you can whip the spiders though. Got close. Got close. Hit that spider with this whip. Dang it. It's gonna be too tough. Maybe you can jump between them and flip them over. Oh, that one doesn't even have a whip on the bottom. Yeah, I could cut him. Yeah, you're right. I can just cut him down with my little flying robot. With my favorite part, the flying robot. You work at Party City and it's dead. You need some balloons? I go to Party City pretty often for stream stuff. Last time that I think that I went, I got my my outfit for St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's Day outfit was all from Party City. They got some good outfits. Oh, the spider fell onto it. Genius, dude. Genius, dude. All right. Hey, Roringu, thanks so much for hanging out. You're off to bed? All right. Get some rest. Get some rest. We'll see you later. Thanks for vibing with us. Hope that you had a great time. Good to see you, as always, my friend. Now get some rest. Get some rest. Otherwise, I'm going to be mad. I'll fuss at you if you don't get good sleep. I'm pretty sure that's half of the reason why Felix tunes in, just to get fussed at. Did we get we didn't get a key yet. There's no treasure chest down here, so were we supposed to bring a key to the basement? Oh, he's got a key on his person, and we can flip it off. I see. I see. I was immediately suspicious whenever I saw these bars. I was like, wait a second. Wait a second. He had a key on him. Open up, buddy. Hey, you didn't open this door, young man. Unfortunately. Oh, wait. No, Link's too busy. He doesn't even look at the enemy. Centrifuge, what's up? Hey, everyone. How are you doing? Oh, yeah, I saw that Seder Cascading was lurking. What a sweet bean. They might not even hear me. We'll see you later. Bye-bye, Roringu. Hooray. Oh, get out of here, you stupid old dum-dum. Stupid old dummy dum-dum. Oh, he died in one hit. What a chump. I can't believe it. That's what he gets for hiding behind behind bars all of his life. Shaking my head. What a truly fabulous hat! Oh, why, thank you. Thank you. It's the most beautiful hat that I could think to use. Fashion. The peak of fashion. Ooh, let's see. We can whip that one back over. Let's pull this switch. This looks like it is to let you into the center. Nice. It's like this is a shortcut. Sweet. Should be a shortcut that we just opened up. Then we can save right here. Boom. Ooh, Beetle, thank you! Would be a good sound effect. Ooh, I'm writing that down. Thank you! That's true. Beetle, thank you.
Nani?
Beetle, thanks. That almost sounds like you could probably use that for if I made like a longer jingle for like big tips. At the end, it could be like thank you, kind of like that. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be that song though. Thanks for the follow, Chucky Boo. Chalky Boo, welcome to the party. Thank you very much. I love a chocolate. I love chocolate, and I'm so glad that we have more chocolate in the chat. Please. Please, chocolate. Thank you. You think that the toad cap is your favorite of my hats? Oh, well, that's no surprise. The toad hat is the peak of fashion. Nani? I wish that I had like Mr. Potato Head jump on screen whenever it says Nani. Can I get like is there some like cursed picture of Mr. Potato Head that I can get? Mr. Potato Head. Cursed. Whoa, wait a moment, wait a moment. Oh my God. No! No! Oh no! This is going on my stream right now. Ooh, oh no, 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 no. Oh dear. Oh. There we go. Putting him, am I going over in the corner? There we go. Let me just trim up these edges just a little bit. There we go. That's it. Just a little nice face for you guys. Nani? There we go. Sorry, what am I looking at? It's Steve Harvey as Mr. Potato Head. Who's going? Don't worry, I'll put him over here. There we go. Nani? I'm just gonna kind of peek it up. Nani? Thank you. There you go. He's just kind of peeking up down there. All right, we're gonna leave that alone. Oh, with the spider! The spider's down. We got a spider down. Come on now. You're back again. Hopefully after work, have a good couple of hours. Ooh, we'll see, Zelda. Hopefully I stay up. Maybe we'll try the Pokemon Unite game. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I might have to switch to a seated position as well. I've been standing up too much. Nani? Oh, you sorry, sucker. I was even ready, dude. I was freaking ready. No. Ooh. Ooh. Outplayed, son. Outplayed. Where do we go? Can you pull those with the whip? Oh, the plants. It'd be sweet if you could whip them in the face and rip them out by their roots. So violent. I'd do it. I'd tear up those plants. Let's see. Ooh, I don't see a way across. What's the point of going up here then? Nintendo, what the flip flap is going on here? Oh, it's a jump. Oh, it's to jump. I see. It's so that you can flip this lily. Okay. Now it's flipped, so we can just go under there. All right, sweet. Under there, streamer? Underwear. Stop making me say underwear. This is supposed to be family friendly. There's nothing family friendly about underwear. Cut the grass. We have to cut the grass. We must cut the grass. This is what the Swedes want. Is to cut the grass. I do. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Speaking of grass, I'm interested in playing. I'm gonna try weapons. Oh, never mind. I killed him. I was gonna say I want to try Minecraft Hardcore and beating the Ender Dragon on Hardcore. But first, I got to beat the Ender Dragon off stream. I'm working on it, you guys. I'm working on it. As soon as I figured out how to beat him one time, then we'll try to do a challenge. Try to do like a hardcore challenge in Minecraft. We'll have to see. See you soon, my favorite wizard. Forget Harry Potter. Get lost, Harry Potter. Darren, we'll see you later. You're gonna go get a few things done. Sounds good. Sounds good. We'll see you later, my friend. Thanks for vibing. It was good to see you. Boyan, boyan. The Wizarding World of Darren. I'd go to a Darren theme park. I want to ride on the big Canada train. Cut all of the grass. It is the only solution. Let's cut all of it. Alright, There we go. Open up! Open up! Open up the door. And look at that big old beautiful bird. Look at these beautiful birds flapping around. UPS is here? Oh, snap! It's time! Oh yeah, I'm supposed to get something by USPS today. We yank his tail, how rude! And spank him to death! Oh no, poor bird. Poor bird, we pull it out of the air with our whip, and then we beat him. That's a bummer. Poor bird. Yikes, Link. Didn't have to be so aggressive. You never read Harry Potter, so Darren is #1 by default. You hear that, Darren? Oh, get off of me, dude. They can jump on you and they don't knock you down. That is so strange. That is very unexpected. I guess it just wastes a little bit of stamina, but they can jump on your back. I really thought that if they touched you, you'd just fall, but I guess not. There we go. I was whipping too quick. Oh, bye-bye, head. We'll see you later. Ooh. Now there's an entrance in the proper cellar. Okay, now so we can get to the cellar now from the middle. There's something to whip over there. I see that there's some treasure over here. Maybe we should just grab that really quick. Yeah, we can recover if we just hop down here. No big deal. That was included for no reason. Sounds like I can't read on my own. I couldn't read it. I wasn't able to. Not I wasn't allowed. I couldn't do it. I tried to read it, but I couldn't even figure out how to read the characters' names. You hear that this is a lot of people's favorite dungeon? So far, I've been enjoying it. Yeah, this is a great dungeon so far. The water dungeons are normally the ones that people get frustrated at. But this one's been pretty good. I think Link just whipped himself, actually. Ooh, I whipped him down. See you later, chump. So we could go to the center thing and then go down, I think. We've opened up a few pathways. I hope I just didn't make a mistake. I'm pretty sure that I basically got my own little, pretty sure I got my own little way to sneak up there whenever we went. Boyan. Boyan. Boyan, boyan. It's the underworld. It is. It is. There's all sorts of gods and demons that live down there. Link, don't jump right away. Link, get out of here. Off work and picking up a firehouse. Yo, no, what? Oh my gosh, the rain! Great combo! Welcome to the party, yay! Come on, ye peaches. Welcome to the chat. Angelessi. Oh my goodness, I don't know how to say that. Welcome to the chat. Neo Strawberry. How are you doing? How was the stream? Ninja's here. Scrub Scriber. Dode Lover. Snoogles. Oh my gosh, these names are so cute. Individually Me. Sketchy Panda. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Evie Foo. Hello. Made by Micah. How are you doing? I hope that I'm saying Micah right. Oi! Oi, oi! How's everybody doing? Welcome to the party. We're playing some Zelda. What the heck were y'all doing? Let me see. The shout out says that you were doing just chatting. Oh yeah. Were you reviewing YouTube videos or something like that? I hope it was a great time. Hi everybody. I'm wearing a toad hat for no apparent reason. We're playing some Skyward Sword. I'm enjoying it. It's pretty great. Great couple. Thank you so much. Hi there. You're so sweet. You're so sweet with the raid. They were at the OC Fair today. The original character. Is that what it is? OC Fair, tasting food samples. Ooh. Yum, yum. What does OC stand for? Orlando, California. Your hat is awesome. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, yes. I am a little toad. A little toad in the corner. It's true. You guys. Thank you so much for jumping over here with the Crane couple. I hope you had a good time. Lots of food samples. Yum yum. What kind of noms did you get? What you taste tested food samples? So it was like, was it sausages and cheeses and crackers and fancy stuff, or was it like homemade pastries? Like, what are we talking about? Orange County. Yeah. You want the original character fare? You can taste test your favorite characters. Fantastic. I hope that they have a Texas State Fair this year. Ooh, there's so much fried stuff at the Texas State Fair. Don't we have a new Big Tex? There's a giant statue that welcomes you into the fair that's like, hi there, welcome to the Texas State Fair. And he set on fire a while ago, like 10 years ago or something. But he set on fire. So frightening. Oh, fuck, another raid. Ah, Dr. Bacon. Dr. Bacon, what's up? Welcome to the party. I switched out of this screen because I thought that we were going to play this game, but y'all are so sweet. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Dr. Bacon, Dino Mama UK. Welcome to the party. Hi there. Are you to blame for this? What? Dino Mama, did you introduce me to some new friendos? Oh, snap. Dr. Bacon, I'm giving you a follow right now. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I would have followed the Crane couple, but I've been following them for forever. I haven't. Dino's such a sweetie. Thank you so much. Dr. Bacon, let me give you a follow, and I'll try to check out your stream sometime. I sometimes will follow people, and I don't check them out for a long time, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I hope that you're not hosting me right now. You probably are. I have to pause it, or I'll hear my own voice. Oh, okay, yes. Good stuff. I'm going to give you a follow. I'd love to check out your stream sometime. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that y'all had a great time. What were you doing? I could have just checked on that VOD, but I'm a big dum-dum. Big dum-dum. Welcome to all the new friendos. Hope you had a great time. Dimey, thanks for the gifted sub. Boom, I appreciate it.
Die 101.
Thank you so much, Die, for that spicy loving.
22.
I appreciate it, Dr.
They have
Bacon.
given 45
Boom!
gift subs
now
in
you
the
can
channel.
Now you can use all of those cutie purple emotes. Oh yeah, the little purple squirrel. But so are y'all driving home right now, Crane couple? Or I guess you're headed. Oh, you have to pack up at the fair. That's what I was gonna say. You gotta get out of there. Crane couple, it's good to chat with you. We gotta hang out sometime. We gotta play some games. We're both so busy. Y'all are always doing fancy, cool stuff. Man, we gotta catch some off time whenever y'all are online. I'm online. Kuri's online. We gotta play like a game in the background, you guys. We gotta try a game in the background or something. But yes. Y'all get out of there. Get some stuff done. Get your stuff cleaned up. Safe drives. Then get home. We'll see you later. Thank you so much for the raid. Bell Blue. The artwork is so cute. I know. I love them so much. Art Goofy, thank you for the follow. Doe Lover, thank you so much for the follow. Dr. Bacon, I appreciate it. Neo Strawberry, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope y'all are well. Yes. Hi there, my name's Cyril of Suds. I play games like every single day. I just try to keep it goofy and exciting and just have a good time, you guys. I play all sorts of games. You never know what I'm gonna play next. I change the sound effects that you can play on stream every day. I just try to keep it, shaking things up. The lights behind me are new. Like everything's always changing over here. I have not figured out my stream style perfectly well yet, you guys. So it's stuff's always moving around. We try to keep it exciting. Yes, we're gonna be watching for everybody that's got a sub, gifted or not. We watch a movie over on Sunday on our Discord every single week. It's true. You love squirrels and purple? Hey, made by Micah. The reason that I knew how to pronounce that word is because I'm the Earl of Suds, and I used to make a cold processed artisan soap for my sister's company. So I know all about Micah. I used to work with Micah every single day, and boy, oh boy, that thing can make a mess. Holy moly, holy moly. Also, I didn't make any of the art on this channel. It's all by lovely artists that I paid good money. I paid good money. These Bokos are a little strange. Yeah, they look a little bit, they look troubled. Something's off, you guys. I don't know. These enemies down here, they got something nasty about them. They've got weird caveman underwear, their fashion sense, and also they're letting their tongue hang out. I don't know. It's so pretty and sparkly, though. It's true. Some micas are sparkly. Some of them are kind of a matte a little bit. You can have a matte mica, but yeah, there are certainly very shiny ones as well. It's true. Destroy them. Destroy them. But yes, I've had so many shirts that were ruined by mica before, and pants as well. I had some really good khakis that I used to have, and I was a dum-dum, and I used them while making soap one week, and they are dead. Activated charcoal is a nightmare. Oh my gosh, yes. That's how you achieve super, super black soap, like the darkest midnight. You got to do that with activated charcoal. There are micas that can kind of do that, but charcoal's the way to go in general. I did use, what did I use on my, ooh, do not jump in that water, lad. What did I use on my face whenever I did that Viking makeup? It wasn't activated charcoal, was it? No, it was ash powder. That's what it was, ash powder. That's intense. That's intense for a face. I'm looking a little bit cursed, you. Oh, there we go. Okay, curse lifted. Short-term curses, my favorite kind. Huh? Okay, I don't like it over here. Am I having trouble swinging? Oh, I'm getting stuck. Yeah, get back there, Lonk. We gotta blow that up somehow. I doubt that I can throw a bomb over there. That'd be quite a toss. Ooh. Oh, Demon Lord. Excuse me, sir. We were on his finger. Look at we were on his finger bone, dude. We were on his finger, or is that his fingernail, or is that his finger bone? It's a little bit like his fingernail. You need to trim those nails, buddy. They're looking a little inconsistent. All right. Finger swings. Ooh, finger swings. Gross. Nani? Not the nasty fingernails. Gross. Ooh, butterflies. Play a little song while the bats are surrounding me. Just a little ditty. Let me play them a song. Listen to my music. Listen to my beautiful music. So what is? That doesn't really tell me anything. A gemstone shines deep within the eye. Strike it to shut the mouth and damn the flow. All right, the eyeball. I didn't even notice there being an eyeball. Oh, I can't pick up anymore. I can't pick up any more bombs. So I'm guessing you bombed the eyeballs because they just gave me an unlimited amount of eyeballs. Free hearts. I know. It's a fine investment. Oh, you gotta bomb the eyes. That's a big toss. Link, you are weak, my boy. He's weak. He can't throw it in there. Can we crawl up the hand? That's what I was suspicious of. Yo, Ice Dragon, thanks for the sub. Can we get some hype in the chat for my friendo Ice Dragon? Boom, with the 16 months. Holy moly. Holy moly. Thank you so much. Bada bing, bada boom. For the gigantic subs. Holy moly. OGs in the chat. Ice Dragon. What is this? With the 2 gifted subs for 1, 2, 3, Micah, and for Storm is my
gifted
song.
A tier 1 sub to 123, Mika 321.
Thank you so much for the big subs. Let's put some hype in the chat. Sweet. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate it.
Visa Dragon gifted a tier 1 sub to Storm is my song.
Visa Dragon, thank you so much for the big subs. Yo, yo, yo. Beth said Skyward Strike, a mark on the wall. Oh. Skyward Strike. Nani? Thank you very much for those gifted subs. Oh, look at that. You don't even have to Skyward Strike it. You just got to draw. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. What? They love me. It worked. Do the Disney logo. I don't know how to do the Disney logo. Draw a rupee or a heart to get the things. Ooh, that's a cool mechanic. Ice Dragon. Thanks for the gifted subs. What the heck? You popped in just to say hi. You drop a resub. You drop a resub, and then you also drop some gifted subs. I appreciate it. Ice Dragon, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. It's always nice to see you. It's always nice to see you. Even if it's only for a sec. Oh, look at that. You didn't even need a bomb. Thanks for that. Oh, wait, that was Ice Dragon. I can't thank you for following. Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon. Oh, was it just to get the... Oh. Was it just so that you can shoot this... Yeah, you did almost fool me. I was... What is Ice Dragon? Wait a second. I know that name. Oh, it's just to blow this up. We could have done this earlier. Silly, silly me. Whee! But thanks for all the hype in the chat, you guys. Oh, yeah. Nani? All right, let's get swinging. Let's get swinging. Hi, I'm the Earl of Suds, and you're watching the Disney Channel. Smokin' Oaken. Hannah Montana's next on the Disney Channel. The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody will be back on the Disney Channel. Smokin'. The whip. Yes, we need the whip. I could have been a Disney Channel contributor. I want to be a Disney Channel kid. Those kids seem to be having a great time as adults. Whoa. Well, gotta run. Be back later. Great stream. Till then, all right. We'll see you later, Ice Dragon. Thank you for the generosity. It was nice to see you. We'll see you later. Good luck with whatever you're doing, my friend. We shall see you in another stream. Another stream. Another time. Jump off the edge, my boy. There we go. Sweet. Ooh. It's death. Not a chance, man. Not a chance. Oh, maybe we just gotta... Oh, we just gotta run near the center, of course. Physics says tricky. Oh, wait. We gotta save up health. Oh! No, 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 no! Ooh, Link. That was spooky, man. You scared me there. All right, I know how to do it now. We gotta save up our juice. Aw, dang, that's tricky. Tricky. Okay, hang on. Looks like we can run. How can we, let's see. Right here we can keep up pace. Dang, how do we outrun this? Looking up here, I see that there's a switch. Oh, can we jump onto that? Ooh, that looks a little sus. I don't know about that. Link, stop acting so tired. Gee whiz. Restore your health. What the heck? Why is my stamina not My stamina's not filling back up. Look. Is he truly exhausted? What happened? I didn't know that this could happen. Has he been winded? What? Link! Link, stop breathing heavily. Stop. Link, stop. Stop breathing heavy. You're freaking me out. Stop it. Go on. Fine. Spend all the... Save up. There we go. What the heck? I don't understand. This is what a hamster wheel in a dungeon looks like? Yeah, this is a human hamster wheel. No, we can't do it on the edge, dang. What do we do, jump? You can't jump. We can't do it. It's impossible. It's impossible. It actually might be impossible. I'm looking for anything suspicious. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Oh, no. Link. No, you gotta whip it, my boy. You gotta whip it. Ah. How do you do? How do you do this? Let's see. Can't jump across there. Okay, let's take a look at these spikes. I don't see any way to interact with them. Let's see this up here. Close. I don't think that's it. That's a little too high up. Got an enemy over there, got skulls over there. I've got nothing that I can target. What have I got? What have I got on me? Playing music's not gonna help anything. What are my items? My items. Grabbies, nets, air. Those aren't gonna do anything. Grabbies, nets, air. So we can dash, but we can't make it very far.
Nani?
That's just
Nani?
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 Trying to cover up something, Alchemic?
Nani?
Trying to cover up something?
Nani?
I can't see it whenever it gets deleted, don't worry.
Nani?
I can't see it whenever it gets deleted, don't worry.
Nani?
Don't worry. I
Nani?
can't see it. It says
Nani?
it just says that it was deleted. You're good. Dang it. It's gotta be something simple, dude. It's gotta be something simple. Nani? Roll. Oh, I think it's a roll. Nope. Maybe not. Roll off the edge, Link. Roll to death. Now you die. See, I thought it'd be a roll. It ain't no roll. It ain't no roll. There ain't no rolls in these towns. This town ain't got no rolls. Okay, we can't get back over there. Is there a way to just jump off the edge? Can I just up straight off the edge? It's rotating like a big old spinning plate. Big spinning plate full of food. Oh, food plate. Food plate. Food plate. Swimming? No, there's no swimming. We've got digging mitts. No, we can't use mitts. We're actually doing a mittless run. I can't do that. Ooh, can you juggle spinning plates? I don't know how to do spinning plates. I can't balance spinning plates. I can balance things on my forehead though, and on my nose, but they have to be long enough and light enough. Yeah, I definitely cannot juggle one of those. I can't balance one of those juggling pins because they're way too short. The shorter an item you have, the harder it is to balance it on yourself. I feel like they're toying with me. They're toying with me. I see that over there, but that's way off, dude. Can you balance a spinning plate on your forehead? A what? No, not yet. That looked so close. Wait a second. Who's texting me? Stop. Who's texting me so many times? What the heck? What's happening? Why am I getting what? But I silenced my own server. Why am I getting alerts for it? But I muted my server. I shouldn't be able to hear it. Oh, thanks for the follow, Water Boy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Follows are appreciated, but not required. They're not required, but I'm so glad that you're enjoying it over here. You're welcome here whenever you want to be. Look at that. Look at that. Nani indeed. You said it, Steve. Flip, flap. Flip, flap. It was for general. You got one too? What the heck? Maybe Discord reset your notification settings. Maybe Discord is being a dummy. Yeah, I had it muted for like, I think I muted it forever. Pretty sure. Can't be that. It's way too high, right? But it's so close. Whip it, boy! Boy, you better whip it. You're terrible with juggling, balancing, but my weird and slightly cursed talent is making the tip of my nose touch the back. What, the tip of your nose touch the back of your nose? Like upward? I can't do that. I can lick my nose though. Easy. Link, could you stop breathing so heavily? It's really frustrating. Must just be forgetting a mechanic. Forgetting a mechanic. Help. Get stabbed. I'm hopping off this wheel. I've got to take a look at this again. Look at that. Looks like you can almost whip it from here. Yeah, let me think. Let me think. Think. Stop breathing so hard. Yes. That's not fair to Link. That's not fair to Link. You don't treat Link like a friend. You treat him like a dog. How you doing, Haka? What's up? Oi, 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 oi. That looks like you walk over there and whip it. That looks like a walk over there and whip it kind of thing. Oh, I see. We're just too early. You just shouldn't have been doing that plate, you guys. You just turn the plate. That's all that it is. You just whip that. Why was I just being dumb over there for so long? It's so difficult to determine whether or not something's possible. If it's just impossible, that's sometimes the trickiest thing to find out. And I just want to keep trying things. But look, you just reverse it. How boring is that? How boring is that? Here, I was out here trying to learn a skip, you guys. I was trying to learn a skip. I was working on my speedrunning tactics. And then I was just looking in the wrong spot all along. Bye-bye, Lunk. Good stab, lad. Good stabs! Get out of here. Bye-bye. Great cardio for Link. Goodbye. Yeah! Link dies. An animated series. Sponsored by Netflix. Bye-bye. A Dorito as a prize? Beth! I'm allergic to Doritos. You trying to kill me? You trying to kill me? I'm allergic to those. You're making my throat swell up. My throat's swelling up with happiness. Down we go. You did it. Now have a chip. Oh no, 2 Doritos? Now I'm gonna throw up. How dare you? I'm getting sick. Ooh, now we changed, now we reverse it over here. You deserve it. You shush, die. You shush. You could have made that easier if you wanted to. But you didn't. You like my suffering. You should give me more chips. I do exactly what Dai wants and still he punishes me. I don't know if this relationship's gonna work out, Dai. Oh, it's alright, Beth. I'm only teasing you. I'm only teasing you. Do. Fine, have a soda. Ah, Twitch Cola. Delicious. Delicious Twitch Cola. So good. So good. Maybe even Pog. I'm so sorry. Let me get the Illuminati then. It's as a triangle after all. Oh, thanks for the Illuminati. Oh, roll, boy. Roll! Thank you. Oh. Ooh. What is this? Uh-oh. What's with all the bones down here? Uh-oh. This boy is on fire. I'm letting you go. See you guys later. I've got to kill y'all. We got to kill all these munchkins. What's this other thing? Let's go over there. This is just a skip. Nice. A little shortcut in case something goes bad. Okie dokie. Get whacked. We rolled him up. I only like to see you suffer mentally, not physically. Aw, die. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. I didn't know that you thought of me that way. Hey, they spin. I like doing this stab. Ooh, they look so pained whenever you do that. Link, take them out of their misery. They don't look happy. They're not happy anymore. Like a Beyblade. Ooh, let her rip. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. It really does seem like a finishing move's the right thing. Being chased while climbing a rope would be terrifying. I know, I've done it. I've been chased before. And also the up a ladder is also wretched. A gigantic ladder and having somebody that's faster than you ascending it behind you, making scary noises. I've been there. I've been there. What if I told you that it's a Twitch Cola Infinity with allergy-inducing ingredients in the Doritos? You don't even know what these, you don't even know what my allergy is, and you're still trying to poison me, Savvy? You're gonna have to do more research. If you love me, oh, wait a second. If you love me, get off of me. The cliffs of insanity! Hurry up! Move that thing and that other thing!
Nani?
Link just went into the Shadow Realm. What the heck? We're just back in here. Return the stone giant to its original form, then descend below the... Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Nani? That reminds me, That reminds me, Also, Superbread, thank you for redeeming that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Superbread. You are a blessed being. You are a blessed being indeed. Not in Kansas anymore, Toto. It's true. I've never even been to Kansas. Listen, we're so far out of Kansas, I've never even heard of it. Nani? We've gotta return it to its original state. We have to get that head to go back down. Maybe it's this thing? Whip it. Yes. Now it will expose the treasures below. It will expose the treasures that it was sitting on. Get up! Come on, Buddha! Get up! The Princess Bride quotes are great. It's true. I quote Princess Bride so much that I don't even realize it sometimes. Bayan. Okay, things are starting to get shifty down here. I'm getting water. Oh, there's like an ice cave over there that I didn't know about. Okay, so anyway, about this game, sure is great, you guys. So anyway, about the whole key situation. Oh, it's over here. Nice. Open up. Open up!
Treasure. Give me my treasure. Oh my gosh. It's the blessed idol. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, it's so much more blockier than I remember. Oh, now we get crushed. Sit on me! These guys are gonna get crushed. Why? Why'd they make them spawn like that? Oh. That's just rude. They made a bunch of them spawn there and then they crushed them. Dude, that's rude. That's so rude for the game to do that. Hey, Lynn, good morning. Good morning, Lynn. Hope you're having a fantastic day. That sounded like an actual robot voice.
Hello, welcome to Super Windows. Windows Super Duper Pooper Scooper Edition. Yes, the universe is endless.
Nintendo chose violence. They chose to kill those boys. They killed those boys. This goes like this. This is the simplest solution I've ever seen in my entire life. The flower puzzle was not hard. I just woke up and started the day with you is always nice. Lynn, you can't be so wholesome in the chat. That's against the rules. That's against the rules. That's too wholesome, Lynn. I'm glad you enjoy it. Nice to see you. It did have a little Buddha on it, it's true. Nani? Hey, Coco Eve, what's up? Coco's here. Do you love it? Do you love it? It's one of the sound effects that I've been waiting to use. I'm so glad that you were here to see it, Coco. It is amazing. Nani?
Nani?
Steve Harvey is the best. Bless. Oh, we're going up into the sky. Oh, it's got a long neck. It's giraffe mode. Giraffe mode stretching up into the sky. And now we're at the top. Getting worried. I'm scared. Oh, there's hearts everywhere. Boss mode. Wait a second. Why do I hear boss music? Wait a second. Why do I hear boss music? Why do I see a giant health bar just appeared in the screen? And the music just intensified. We'll be cheering for you, me especially. Cheering? Who? Who needs cheering? For Lynn? We're cheering for Lynn. That's for sure. Long boy. Stretching. Craning. Oh, Giovanni. You certainly are persistent. I'm terribly busy trying to find the clues that will help me revive the Demon King. Your incessant buzzing around my head like some irksome gadfly when I'm this busy, well, it's disagreeable. He's gone! I'm sorry for shouting, you guys. Oh, he's turned into the genie. Whoa! That is a really cool design. Whoa! Coloctos? That is so cool. It's still kind of got some Buddha vibes. This is very cool, boss. I love it. I'm also happy that we're not facing him directly, because I was kind of, oh, this is the whip. Of course, Wave Buster, you guys. Come on, there we go. I was struggling. I was struggling. You gotta whip his hat. Whip that hat. Or not. Oh, that's just a thing for me to focus on for him. This guy's very cool. This is probably gonna be my favorite boss. I see he's got his chest kind of exposed there. Yeah, it's I kind of want to poke that. Oh, ouch! It's worth it. It's worth it. Poke, poke. Oh yeah, you're not gonna, I don't think that you're gonna cut his arms off. Uh-oh, you better hide that big old gem. Better hide that gem, cause I'm gonna be poking it. Poke, poke. Also, hi there, Floggy, what's up? Oi, oi. Floggy, welcome to the party, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Hope you doing well. Welcome, welcome. We just descended into heck. Actually, we went up. We went up. Is this heaven? Is this heaven? It looks like heaven. All right, what are you gonna do now? Oh, he did the thing. Oh, if he punches you, then he wins. Press the button. Do the thing, streamer. You know the thing. Now do the other thing. Boy on. What? It seems like the dives are worse than just walking. Should I just walk? Watch me walk. Nope, that didn't work either. What? I don't get it. Am I diving too soon? Looks a little late there. What? Is this a certain rotation that I'm supposed to make? Like only left? Okay, a couple hops worked. All right.
Do it. Kill him. Anakin, kill him.
But should I really kill him?
Do it. Kill him.
Oh, he's doing the big slams. Gotta get rid of those other arms too. Poke, poke, poke. Ah, he's covering up. You put those hands down. Don't be shy.
Do it.
Ooh, he's doing little poses. He's doing poses for the camera. Oh, why am I so bad at dodging these? I don't get it. Where's the hearts? I don't think there's any hearts in here. It's a crying shame. Oh, maybe we should hide back here. What am I doing walking so close to him? I guess he'll just throw his silly old slicers. Oop. Looks like he's gonna win this time. Looks like he's gonna win. I don't think that I've caught a fairy yet. Is this one of those situations where it's easier to just run? Should I run from my problem? There we go. Whip! Whip! Stabby, stabby! That's right, Buster. You've got nothing! You've got nothing on me, babe. Got nothing on you, babe. Uh-oh. Ooh, he's a big robot. He looks like, oh my God. Look at the swords. What a boy. Holy moly, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Reminds me of a Dwarven Guardian, right? The Dwarven guy in the, magic sword? Pick up. Oh my gosh, Link's got a big sword! You can chop his legs off. This is awesome. I can still die at any time, but man, that is cool. That is cool. Link, jeez. Ooh. No! Come on, not a chance to get hearts until now? Come on. Give me a break. Was I too hasty? Yeah, I was too hasty. Dang. That guy is so cool though. He's so cool. I wish that we had a fairy in a bottle so that we'd have an extra life. Looks like we get full hearts. Nice, he's super cool though. All right, let's go in there. We'll kick his butt. We'll kick his butt this time. This time I know all the schmoves. Each time that he hit me like that, I could have just run. These games and their dodges make no sense. It makes Dark Souls dodges seem easy. Better to just run around. All right, I'm not gonna re-say his words. I'm sorry. Just think of me being sassy. Look at my eyeliner, boy. Do you really think that you can defeat somebody with makeup game like this? Boy, look at these pants. You know who's gonna win. Come on, you'll do great this time. Oh yeah, now we've got this. Fairy in a bottle next game. Pink Monster, no, not next game. We're not gonna wait for an entire game. We'll get a fairy in a bottle as soon as possible. I had to use it. Wow. Galactose. Galactose sounds kind of like lactose. I'm lactose intolerant. I'm lactose intolerant. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. My mom said that my tummy is sensitive. My tummy is sensitive to galactose. Rip it off. Ripping off your limbs, man. What do you think about that? He does lack toes. I only like enemies with toes, like that big guy that we fought earlier. Oh, we gotta tear his hands off. Yeah, this is definitely the way to do it. Oh, we ripped one of his arms off, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't. Nani? That is it's a jolly good soundbite. Nani? Come on, hit me with your little stupid hand. His hand kind of reminds me of Buzz Lightyear whenever he has his karate chop action. Woody's just jamming his fist into the back of his back. Come on, Buzz, hit him with your karate chop action. Nani? He became Steve Harvey Potato Man. Like all birds eventually what? What happened to Borb turned into Steve Harvey, of course. A salty, you sweet bean. I'll voice your game whenever you. Whenever they finally make the Great Adventures of Salty, I'll do voices in there. The Great Adventures of Salty. Ow! Oh, I can't run anymore. No runs, you guys. Okay, now I got smacked right in the face. Who's Steve Harvey? It's a television person. It's a famous television person. He does a talk show. He's a Family Feud guy. So he does like a game show, talk show. He's just a famous dude. Come on, touch me with your hands. With your big ugly hand. Oh, come on, dude. I couldn't run. I keep wanting to press A to run, but it's actually B. Oops. Oh yeah, he also does that. He did that show with the little kid thing. The little big shots. That was the name of it. Where he'd find like kids that were good at doing stuff. Dang it, come on, dude. What is this, dude? Come on, man. Oh yeah, he messed up the Mrs. Universe results. He named the wrong one. That was a stellar moment in history. Why am I struggling here? I can't. I was pressing the wrong button again, dude. Y'all know so much lore on Steve Harvey? Well, he's a famous guy, you know. Okay, I swear. Come on, bruv. Come on, man. I'm gonna stab your heart, dude. Oh. Frustrate. Come on! I was running. He could do a little bit of a wave with those arms. I hate this. Wait, can I can't run while I'm focused on him. There we go. Holy moly. Holy moly, that took forever. All right, let's get him to get it. Come on. Yeah, give me that sword.
Give me that sword, young man.
I'd like to give you a good chop chop. Chop chop. He could give himself a round of applause. Why are you running? Why are you running? Ah! Why are you running? Oh dear. I can tell you why I'm running, because he's got 7 swords. No, he's got 6 swords. Sorry. Never mind. He's not scary. Never mind. He's not scary. Oh, now we got to chop his arms off. Yum, yum, arm. Actually, we got to hit it with the right angle. Have you played Until You Fall in VR? I have not. I have it on my wish list. Until You Fall looks good for a VR game. Rip his arm.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, arms. Hello, sword.
No, you suck. You suck big time.
Stab him.
I'm gonna chop your legs off. Link style. There we go. Go savage on him, Link. Get him. No, don't let him get you with that arm. You keep that arm to yourself. There we go. Okay, thank goodness. That pause is so strange. Pause is very uncomfortable. All right, now give me some of those hearts. I'm on the run. Link's on the run now. I'm not touching this guy. I'm running him into some of these. Yeah, you smack these columns for me, young man. Young man, you get your swordy butt over here. Come on. I know that you're in this fight only for sordid gain. Oh, what? You spawned guys? What, you can't fight me on your own? What? You have to call minions? That's pretty much you just giving up, dude. Dang. If I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna get that heart turned. I'm getting that heart back. I wonder if I can whip that hat. Oh no, I don't have time. I can't get it. Oh, I almost lost the angle. All right, I'm ripping this. Nice. I'm hitting this little minion. You can hit the minion with the giant sword. Amazing. Dude, stop. I would chop. No! I will chop you into 1,000,000 pieces. I will make you suffer for that one. You will suffer! Give me those legs! No! Ah! Oh, frustrating boss. This is the hardest boss so far, dude. This is way harder than the other bosses. This is like more than double as long as the previous bosses. Which is all right, because it is exciting. It is exciting. The other ones, they had like, they didn't even have a, number one, they didn't have a second stage. And their normal stages were so much easier. This is actually like, the difficulty curve just went, but it's all right. But it's all right. I just got to get better at dodging him, that's all. I'm just getting smacked straight in the face by this lad. All right, buddy, I got it. Kenny, you will suffer! Dies. Is this the last boss? No, it is not. It's not the last boss. There's at least 3 more bosses, I would bet. Because there's probably a boss for each one of the trials. There's probably, yeah. There's probably 1 boss for each one of the trials, and then there's probably at least a final boss. So there's at least 3 more after this, I would bet. Hello. Hey, Calico. Welcome. Look, I'm going to do this trial just because you said hello. Look, this trial will be defeated. For free. You don't even have to pay me, and I'll do it. I'll play this game even without you paying me. Isn't that incredible? What a value. You know we're all about value here on Royalty Soaps. Oh, I just ripped a single arm off. One single arm. Come on. Oh, jeez, the whip really stresses me out. No, bad, bad, bad. You bad, me good. You bad, me good. Stressful. There we go. I got it. Oh, freaking me out, dude. You gotta stop that. No, it's not good for my health to be so worried about this. All right, now you die. Poke, poke. Poke his big old tomato. I will poke your tomato until it leaves. Judging by the controls, this might have been easier on Wii. Yeah, I'm using thumbsticks. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You'd have to tell me. We gotta get somebody to try out both the control schemes and tell us which one's harder. Because I want to do whatever's harder because I like a challenge. What are you gonna do? Huh? Hit me with that hand? I don't think so. Oh, never mind. What are you gonna do? Try to hit me with that arm again? Not gonna happen. Not today, buddy. Not today. I'll let you know your tricks. Sorry. Sorry. No hit run. We just unlocked it. Oh crap! Just pushed the wrong button. No, never mind. Just one hit. One little hit, no big deal. Kind of getting stuck on your limbs, dude. That's a good reason to lose. It's just because you had so many body parts laying everywhere that I stepped on them. I kind of wanted to just do that. Oh, he just knocked one of his legs away. That was your hand. You died by your own hand. I don't remember, to be honest. They did a water tap on a single one though. You're probably just good. You're probably just good, Belle Blue. Don't sell yourself short. You're a gamer. You're really powerful. What can I say? All right, sword lad. Sword lad, sword lad, sword lad. What can I say except give me that arm? Maybe I just got lucky last time. I should take this one. Maybe I should take this slower and actually take his threat seriously by cutting off all of his arms first and then cutting off his legs. That'd probably be a good idea. You know, I'm gonna blow your mind by telling you we might want to trap these arms. But you wanna hit me or what? Ooh, not very good shot, buddy. But I can't focus on your arms. That's annoying. Maybe I can't. Grandparents forgot that they invited me to dinner. They went to the beach. Oh no. I'm sorry, great dog. Oh no. Here. Oh, I can move kind of quick. And then get hit right in the face. He's a genius. Cut his arms off. Your arms are gone. First your arms, then your legs, and then your heart. I did probably like one more time, maybe two more times. You weren't the biggest fan of Skyward, but I will give it that the bosses are amazing. Yeah, this is the first tough boss. The rest of them are still fun though. I still liked them. Still fun. Look at him, he's swinging. He's swinging wildly. Guess he's gonna summon a dude. It's such a cheap thing for a boss to do. It's a low shot, chum. It's a low shot you spawn in those enemies. You know that I can't do that. That's hardly fair and equitable. Yeah, I can just really run away, huh? I'm whipping his friends. Your friends are getting the old whipperoo. Oh, I cannot see, and he's going crazy. You gotta stop that. You gotta stop doing that to a guy like me. I'm cutting your arms. Your arms are gone. And now I'm gonna cut out your arms and eat it. Kill him. This could be it. This is it. What? Another stage? Huh. Wow, this really goes on, doesn't it? And it goes on and on and on. And it goes on and on and on. Man. What a snooze fest, dude. You gotta die, man. This is way longer than any of the other boss fights, man. This is way longer. Yeah, it's a never-ending boss. Look, and he just keeps spawning guys. How about that? How do you feel about that? I want you to hit your friends. Yeah, that's that trigger bar. Now I carry on. Oh, and pick up. Yeah, let's see if I can just get in there. Yeah, cut his legs off. No, don't touch me. No, no, there will be none of that. There's no time for any. Oh, don't hit me. There we go. Now he's dead. Ooh, don't laugh like that. That's scary. I don't like. Did you just hear that? What was that? Who was laughing? Not me. Not me. Ooh. We tore out Grishogram's heart. That fancy guy, that's his heart. He got chopped into so many pieces that his little heart floated down into our hands. Thank you. That's one more life. Boom. Now we're a healthy boy. Well, rest in peace. I guess he's gone forever. Yep, he's gone. Let's grab the Infinity Gauntlet and get out of here. I'm looking. I guess this is the way out. That was a good fight. Yeah, that was a good boss. Good boss. Good boss, very nice. Ooh, looks like we're about to learn some new songs. You know somebody that calls him Graham Cracker? Oh, what? Graham Cracker, I would never lower him to such a status. He's so much more important than a graham cracker. He's only part of a schmore, that's all. He's just 1/3 of a schmore. Or in my case, 1/2 of a schmore.
Oh, it's bright.
My eyes. My eyeballs.
Ah, the green flame. Shrek flame. This reminds me of our great lord, Shrek. Oh, and then our robot friend died. Reminds me of Maleficent as well. Raise your sword, master. Beep bop boop boop.
Nani?
That's a fee moment. Ooh, green sword energy. By the power of Shrek. Our Lord and Savior Shrek. Oh! The flames of Pharaoh have been improved on your sword, making it longer and sharper and able to do twice as much damage? What? We can kick those fairy tale creatures right out of our swamp with this incredible sword. It double damage, really? It seems unnecessarily good. I guess they really made me suffer in that last boss battle to be like, wouldn't you like a better sword? What? Just think if this was half as easy. Shrek's sword is pog as frick. Time to head off. See y'all tomorrow. All right. We'll see you later, A-Star. Oh, look, his glove be shining. His glove doth have that shine about it. Saturday's almost here. Dude, I don't even know what to expect with this thing. I feel like you've been dropping hints the entire time, and I'm still lost as heck. So if you're looking for people to be surprised, A-Star, you're gonna... I don't know at all what's happening, so you're gonna surprise me, whatever it is. A sacred flame has purified your blade, enhancing and evolving it. With your sword now enhanced, you are ready to learn a new melody. We should return to the Isle of Songs? I don't know where that is. Oh, free exit! Oh, thank you for the free exit, Nintendo. I appreciate that. In the Thunderhead. Oh, sure. Ah, the sword you carry is different. I don't remember what voice I gave her. Ah, the sword you carry is different since I last saw you. Yes, it is much improved. To think the goddess's chosen hero is but a mere boy. Quite a twist. Chosen hero or not, you do not yet possess the strength required to wield a full power of that blade. You must train yourself further. Devote yourself wholly to this task. Farewell, boy. Don't you call me a boy? How dare. Oh, what? Zombie food's here? Oh, yeah. They don't look like a dragon? Well, Savvy, it's kind of a different style of dragon. That's a less Western dragon. That's more of an Eastern dragon. Western and Eastern cultures kind of have a little bit of a different idea about dragons, but they do both be flying. Besides, it's kind of a water dragon, you know? It's a little bit of a water dragon. BTTV doesn't work on mobile? Well, I can see it, zombie food. I know what you meant. I know what you meant, and you're looking pretty smart on my end. Nobody had to know. Oops, I walked up here. They don't look like your dragon friends? Oh, what? Listen, I know like 17 people that are dragons, and none of them look like this. All of my friends beat this game, and they beat it in record time. They beat this game in like 2 hours, dude. How's it taking so long? Wait a second, streamer. How long have you been playing this game? Because I'm pretty sure that I just beat it in 2 hours yesterday. Yeah, and then today I beat it in 1. I'm getting better, I think. I can't tell how long I've played it yet. By my estimates, you are currently situated in the southwest area of Farron Woods. Please confirm your location with this map. Oh. Yeah, look at the little kikwis. I love these little lads with their chonky selves. And chonky big butt. Chonky big butt bucha. Kombucha. What am I doing? What did you just have me mark? Farron, farewell, boy. Kenny, don't you dare touch me. Yeah. Don't call me a boy. Farewell, boy. Yeah. So I don't know what she told me to do. Excuse me, Fee. Could you help me out one more time? I recommend you follow the beam of light that's projected from the light tower back to the Thunderhead. Okay, the Thunder. Yeah. You were totally right out there. You were totes my goats right. Let's get out of here. I don't want to fight that big chonk. Let's find the best bird statue and get the heck out of here. Best bird. Come get me, bird. I'm out of here. I don't like it on the ground anymore. What time is it? 7 o'clock. We've been playing for 3 hours. I'm gonna move the desk down. My back hurts.
Hey guys, I'm down here. Hi there, it's me, your local streamer. Hope you're doing well.
Let me resituate myself. Get comfy. Get comfy. We gotta beat like 3 other bosses, and then we can win. It's just a little field trip, you know, to the bottom of the room. All right, now I think I'm good. Ooh. Ah, that back support's nice. Ah, feels good, man. Feels good. Let that back rest. You could have left the camera like that, way up there. No, I couldn't. Then I couldn't see the screen. It's all tied to the same desk lens. It's all tied to the same thing. I can't escape my desk, just like I can't escape my destiny. My destiny. Nani? Beth Galaxy, thank you for the beautiful news. Oh, rats. Linz, whenever you say oh, rats, it makes me think about real rats. Because, you have a bunny. That's pretty close to a rat. That's not how you do it. You have to lift the desk into the sky and then drop it when you're on the ground. What? No. Listen, standing desk, what a chump. Just hold the desk in your hands. Just hold the desk in your hands. What are you doing with all this mechanism? Pook is a rat. Oh my gosh, I never said that. I didn't say that. Nani? Do you trust the bean? Did you train them well yesterday, Lens? Are they well trained? Do you trust the pookster with them? The largest rat I've ever seen. That's the floppinest rat I've ever seen. Probably the cutest rat too. Rats are all right. Rats, we are the rats.
Michael, it's your birthday today. Rats.
Rats are all right. You know, they're kind of like mice, you know. Yes, I trust a friend. I don't trust Pook. Oh no, Pook's gonna be troublesome. Oh no. Pook is a troublemaker and we love him. Oh, look, treasure that we can't get yet. Lonk, there's no treasure here for you, you big dummy. You big dummy. Skydive straight into here. There we go. Sweet. Who's Pookie? Oh, that's Lynn's rabbit. Lynn's has a rabbit. Named Pookie. Sing me a song. Sing me a song, Magic Man. She's in her teenage years. Oh no! Teenage bunnies. The worst. No, I wanted to see Linny faceplant Kenny. Oh my gosh, Savvy's trying to get me to die in this game. I don't like that singing thing. I don't like it. Master Lenny, I have important information. When you struck the crest with the skyward strike from your sword, a message from the goddess awakened up deep in memory. The goddess intended the message. Here are the words. Oh, she going dance. Dancing time. He who seeks the sacred flame, listen well, for I am guiding you from my place at the edge of time. 2 sacred flames remain. Should you desire to possess them, you must obtain the other sacred gifts. For each trial you overcome, you shall be blessed with another gift. Harness the power of these gifts, and let there be no doubt you shall find yourself standing before the majesty of the sacred flames. Now I give you another melody. It will serve as the key to unlock your next trial, which awaits for you in the desert. Don't smile like that. Don't smile like that. You're freaking me out. Everyone's kind of dramatic. Pink Pasta, the entire fate of the world is in my hands. Pink Bonxa doesn't understand the stakes. The stakes are high, and I'm starving. Drama! Life is no fun without any drama. What? I'm not always looking for drama. Listen, in my opinion, it all depends on what kind of drama you're talking about. It all depends on what kind of drama it is. I like a little bit of drama. The song you just heard is called Naru's Wisdom. Naru? Use this song as knowledge to find the next trial. All right. Naru! Or Nehru. It's probably Nehru. I have memorized it. Oh, yes. Okay, you can douse. All right, we dousing. Nehru! At least one side didn't have vine-clad fairies. But the ventriloquist... Oh, what? You don't like the vine-clad fairies? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Belle Blue, those fairies are living their best life. I can't believe that you would judge their fashion. Shaking my head. I would never judge a fairy for what she wears. I like it when it's someone else's drama. Ooh, someone else's drama. Yeah, I love gossip.
Nani?
I love gossip. Hop off the edge. Dame yo, dame nano yo. Anta ga suki de, suki de. Dore dake suiyoi sake demo yugamanai omoide ga baka mitai. I think that music was louder than last time, right? Was that too loud? Baka mitai. Let's get out of here. Oh, it's fine. All right, sweet. Seemed louder to me, but I have both headphones in, so what the heck?
Great, now that's gonna be stuck in my head while we're going through this stinky desert. Stinky desert, stinky desert. Ay, 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 ay. All right, we gotta go to the desert over here. Over here, we just have to dodge a few whirlwinds that are unnecessary. You know what? There are many games where they say that the open world it's just too empty. And you know what? There's literally like nothing out here. Look at this. Look at this. It's a couple of rocks. This isn't an open world. This is an empty world. Oh, tomorrow you get the keys to your classroom? What? It's already key time? It's already key time. Back to the grind, my friend. Back to the grind. Ay, 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 ay. All right, down to the crop circles. Point to your preferred destination. The trials. Where would the trials be? I bet it's not right at the beginning. Huh. Temple of Time, maybe? Well, let's see. Well, we'll find it. We can always teleport around if we need to. Let's douse. All right. Trial gate. Oh, I don't see it yet. Oh. This way. It's pretty far away. Looks like it's not in this area right now. Gonna have to go for a little minecart ride. Maybe we could start, maybe we could use our whip for some stuff. Maybe we can whip down those birds. You get your sassy butt over here, bird boy. Oh, I don't think that we can get that guy. You think that tomorrow it's just grabbing the keys? You gotta set, you'll have to set up a time to be able to go do decorating. Ooh, classroom decorating. I used to love my classroom whenever I was younger. When I was younger, our classroom was amazing. It had the letter people all over. Letter people. Oh, what? I don't remember there being trees over there. Oh, we gotta activate this side first. Oops. Let's do, hook beetle. Activate. Activate. You're homeschooled? I was homeschooled too, Floggy. I only got up to grade number 2. Only got up to grade number 2 outside of homeschool. And then I was homeschooled from grade number 3 all the way up until graduation. Whee! Well, we did to a, we went to like a homeschool co-op. So there's like a group of different mothers that would like teach the kids. So if there was like a mom that was particularly interested in science, like my physical science teacher was a nurse. She worked as a nurse. So all the things that we learned about the human body were always followed up with tales of people's injuries in the ER. Where does this go? This is the way. The center is... Oh, I want to get that treasure, man. I want that treasure! Give me the money! You really wanted to quote me as saying, I only got up to grade 2. Only grade 2, that's all that you need as a streamer. Whenever I was younger, I took a test online that was trying to determine what level of education I need for the job that I wanted. And I picked streamer, and you know what? They said, you already good, kid. Quit now. Quit now. The less you know, the better you'll do streaming. Oh. Aha. Butterfly. Thank you. All right, time to play a little ditty. Time to play a little jam. Just one strum. One strum will do, my boy. I really cannot do a consistent beat on this thing. There we go. Boom. Done so. We're ready to rock. Miku, please. Sing a song, Hatsune Miku.
What a jam.
What a jam. I'm gonna put that on my MP3 player. Thrust your sword into the center of the mark. Aye, aye, Captain. This won't be a thrust. This will be a slash. Oh, wait. I think we might have to. Ready the sword. Can we just sit here forever? Can I just stay here? Whenever Link wants to kill Mr. Potato Head? Oh, my gosh. Don't do it, Link. Don't do it! Mr. Potato Head's a good man. He's a good man! He saved Toy Story 3, in my opinion. Don't do it. Link! Don't do it! He killed him! Nani! No. He's still alive. You can't kill Mr. Potato Head that easily. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a patat in a cage. Link hates the Toy Story franchise. It's true. They stole his thunder during E3 2018. Master Lenny, as you know by now, I cannot follow you. Yes, I know. The Silent Realm. The second trial will test your wisdom. My wisdom. You must overcome the trial to find the flame that will enhance your sword. All right. So what's the catch now? Oh. Spirit vessel. Okay, what? When your vessel is full, you get a new power. No, I don't have any questions. Yes, Master. Master, I will await. Okay, so... Did they chase you? So how did I keep them silent last time? Just automatically alerted to my position at all times. Alright, so it looks like they're gonna stay focused on me this time. You grabbed the fruit and they all went night-night? Really? Oh, I can't even see that fruit here. Yeah, because there's a thing right there. See that heart? Yeah, let's just go this way then. Let's go this way. Oh, good night, Floggy. Are you headed out? Are you headed out, Floggy? We'll see you later. Thanks for vibing with us, my friend. We'll see you later. Do-do-do-do. Oh, everyone just went back to bed for 90 seconds. Night-night, lads. Night-night, lads. Oh, look at that. Very sneaky. It's much more difficult with these walls up. Yeah, the walls make it a lot trickier, that's for sure. Do-do-do-do. I think we could run across here. Oh, yeah. Nice. All right. Let's grab some more treasure. More treasure. Boyan. Boyang. Oh, I see the flower. Is the flower the timer? It is. Yeah, the flower's a timer. Okay, I see. Nice. I didn't even notice that. Whoops. Lonk, don't fall like that, you dum-dum. You big platinum dum-dum. All right, there you go. Good job, Lonk. I'm proud of you. Let's just go to the top since we're already over here. Boyan. Boyang. Aha. An unripe blueberry. Perfect for me to ascend. Alright. So what's next? Got one over there. And one here. Let's grab this one first. Oh man, this is a big area. Definitely bigger than last time.
Definitely bigger than last time. But it's okay, because we'll keep them silent.
They won't even know what hit them. There's also sand that slows you down. I don't know where this guy goes. Oh man, do you really have to stand there and wait? That's stinky. That's stinky, dude. Stinky sitting mechanics. Link just has to chill right here. Stand in front of this guy. Hello. Hello, would you like to kill me? Too bad. Too bad Link's already on the loose. I think we gotta hop. Link's lurking! It's true. Oh, thank you for the lurks, Lens. Thank you for the lurks. I'm sorry, the bot's being weird. The bot has been weird today, Lens. I believe in your lurks. I know that you're lurking. We're not even half flower right now. We're not even half flower. We should be good. Okay, let's just schmoove this way. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hey, Vonchik, what's up? Whoops. Vonchik! How are you doing? What's up? Nice to see you. Hello. Does the map still work? Yep. Nice. Still no work today? You're on the loose! Vonchik is on the loose. Look at that. We kind of got low on that flower. Kind of got low on the flower that time. Very spooky. Very scary. Very scary. I thought that the old was going to die. Ooh, water, 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 water. I barely even noticed. Ooh, do we have to push this?
Nani?
Nani? Does this well, let's ignore that. We're gonna need some of this first. I must be able to push that. I saw it have a move indicator. Do 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 do. Okay. Still want to touch that water. I can't ever quite tell how close you can get to that. Can you outrun it, Link? I'm letting go. I'm letting go. Let it go. Boyoyong. All right. Nice. Not even close. The enemies didn't stand a chance. There's lots of stuff over here. And lots of those munchkin lads. Those munchkins. Is this a jump spot? Looks like you can jump up with that little cart. Easy peasy. Are you shiny? Shiny. I think we're going to do this as a no-death run, you guys. I think Alchemic's right. Alchemic is right. It's a no-death run. Ow. Right in the face. Can you climb this, lad? Is it not flat enough to climb? Huh. Oh, you can just walk up here. That's too easy. Alright, I see one up in a tree over there. Let's go take a look at this, since we have a bunch of time. Yeah, there's just a ramp on the side. Whoopsies! My bad. We can't use any tools. Aw, Link, you almost made it to the rotten blueberry. Can you jump? Can you? Oh, you can roll. You can roll. Gimme, gimme. There's one up there. Boyan. Oh, they can hear you. That's freaky, dude. Oh, he saw me. He got me. You fool. You fool. You played right into my head. You dum-dum. You didn't stand a chance. You didn't stand a chance against my big brain. My big, gigantic brain. Yeah, we have to outrun all these sorry suckers. That's annoying. They're freaky. I don't like their little jingle as they run after you. I see the stamina over there. I bet you the best route's right here. Ooh, that was close. That was close. You can see the, like, outward edges of their effect. Can you make it across here? Yes. Nice. Because I need to get this tier in a second. If I can, I'll preserve the tier. I want to preserve it if I can. Okay, good. Save it. I want to grab one of the looky fruits, if I can. Did I save any over here? I don't see one. All right. Oh, it's the last. Oh, it's the last one. Here I am being overly careful. Let go. Let it go, Link! You got them all. The trial will continue if you exit it. Proceed with caution on your way back so that you claim proof of your spiritual growth. Claim proof of your spiritual growth. I promise I learned so much from this experience. Let it go. Let it go. I'm one with the winter snow. Oh, I was kind of hoping that I would have an easy exit, and it was easy exit. Thank goodness. Link's tired. He wants to give up. Don't give up, Link. You've almost made it. Okay. It was by the power of Steve Harvey. We did it. Now we get a jackfruit for lunch. You got the claw shots. Oh, wait, there is an actual claw. Sacred gift. You can explore areas that were previously unreachable. Sweet, dude. There's so many areas that you can interact with the claw shot. Man, I want to go back to the Farron Woods right now. I want to go back to the Farron Woods. Ooh, you did amazingly. I failed this a lot of times. Maybe they made it easier in the remake Beth Galaxy. Maybe they adjusted it. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. The claw. The claw decides who will go and who will stay. The claw. So, we're gonna try to get some more goodies. Goodies. There you go, drop the bomba. Oh, wait, we're supposed to catch this with a bug net, right? Dang it, I missed it. I don't know if I've actually caught one of those yet. Got a little bit of money. So, we're going to grab that right there. Come on. Delicious. Is that, oh, that's not the first one that I've gotten. Because otherwise they would have told me about it. Okay, do we actually want to do this part right now, or do we want to try to go grab some loot? I know where we're supposed to go, or at least I'm pretty sure I know where we're supposed to go. Because of the hook shot. And let's practice it. And I'm not gonna call them the claw shots. I'm calling it the hook shot, because that's what it is. And I don't care if it's mounted on your hand or not. It's still the same thing. The hook shot was still used in your hand. It's still a hand device. It is a claw shot. I kind of thought it was here, but I guess it's all the way down here. Can you survive it, Link? Can you figure out where the sand is? Oh, wait. Go back, Link. This ground is not good. You're on bad ground. Ah, nope. I think I'm just falling off the side. Oh, you sorry, sucker. Dang it. I need to walk on the walls anyway. I'm walking on walls. Yeah, we'll just stay up here. It's easier up here anyway. Just ignore Big Chungus. Excuse me, Mr. Wabbit. And... Yep, we should probably go down here. I bet you there's just some claw shot nonsense. Some claw shot nonsense! I'm looking for goodies. I'm trying to get us some bonuses, you guys. I want to get some bonus items for all of us. I want to get some tasties, but I don't think that there's any tasties in this area. Since they gave us the claw shot here, I feel like there's not gonna be much, if any, treasure that they're just gonna hand away. Oh my goodness, Beth, this is a complicated message. I noticed that they modified the thing coming out of the back of the circle, counting as a safe zone. Once you left the circle, they'd start chasing you. Oh, I see. I see. Too bad. We'll never know what I would do if I was thrown in that scenario. We'll never know. We'll never know. Maybe I still would have won. Okay, it looks like we gotta go to this Crawdad land. Yeah, to get up into that temple over there. That's what it is. You'd win, obviously. Yes, okay, thank you. It's true. It's true. I've been training as a professional Link for a long time. Takes a lot of training to be a professional. BRB, kitty bedtime. All right. Take care of the meow meow. Calico, go tuck in the baby meow meow. Tuck it in with a little blankie. If they get no blankie, they become cranky. It appears. It appears to be right up here. To the dungeon. I told you we'd try to defeat 2 dungeons this stream. It looks like we're gonna do it. Looks like it's 2 dungeons, unless this dungeon is infuriating. If it's infuriating, we might not make it through. We'll see. We'll see. All right, this guy's hacking away. While this guy's hacking, we're gonna get cracking. Oh. It's $10. A monster horn. All right. If you latch it on and pull it with your whip, it's possible to claim it for yourself. What? The whip? Oh, he just pulled the bush out. Oh, put that gently back down. He replanted it. You can whip it out of their hands. You can whip what out of the hands? The bocos with the horns? They already taught me that you could whip things out of people's hands.
I almost never get visitors. My name's Golo. I'm researching the legend of the 3 dragons, one of which is said to have lived here. At first glance, it would seem like there's nothing in this area, but I know there's something here. I'll just have to keep on looking. So your name is Lenny. I see. Not the easiest name to say, is it? Lenny. And how about you, Lenny? Why are you here? You're looking for the sacred flame? That sounds like something I've heard before, but maybe not. Sweet Goro, I remember now. I read something about it in the ancient scrolls that spoke of the Lanayru Sand Sea. I don't remember all the details, but you can get to the Lanayru Sand Sea if you just go straight through here.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Thanks for telling me. It looks like there's a key door.
If you want to get to the Lanayru Sand Sea, you're gonna need this key.
You're gonna sleep? All right. We'll see you later, Die. Get some rest. Get some rest, you sweet bean. Thanks for watching over the chat and being an absolute poggers lad. Ahead is the Lanayru mine. It is there that I solved the mystery of the what? The time Makeshift stones. Easiest key ever. He's like,
You're gonna need to find a key. Luckily, my grandfather passed this down for generations. You can have it, stranger. You seem like a good boy.
Nani?
Nani? Ann, how are you doing? What's up? It's the Ann Mine. Wait a second. I know who the Ann Mine is. Wait a moment. Is that artist? Is that popular artist that you should all follow? Oh, yeah, that's what I want. Now I remember. Nani?
Nani?
Yum. What? Who? Art? What is drawing? Nani? Oh, look at that little ant. Is that a bullet ant? They call it bullet ants because they're as fast as a bullet. But I'm faster. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Excuse me, sir, you have some fleas on you. Exactly like Animal Crossing. I wonder, you see, he does like, so he likes keys. What does he think about bombs? I was trying to help! I'm pretty sure I can crawl through there. If you just move out of the way, dude, I could make it down there. I could crawl through there. What'd you say? Are you gonna go to bed? Oh, you're gonna sleep now. Have a fun stream. All right, we'll see you later, Ann. Get some rest. It was nice to see you for a moment. This magic moment. We'll see you later. See you later. Play Pokemon Unite with you sometime. There we go. I saw another one. There it is. Aha. And then we go through the hidden... nope. Hang on. Roll it. Bowling time. Bowler hat guy. We definitely need to watch Meet the Robinsons sometime on some movie night. Oh, come on. Double Bomb? A Double Bomb Deluxe? Are you kidding me? Come on, Nintendo. Come on, we talked about the Double Bomb technique. I'm crawling in. Worth it. Lost one heart, got $10. Goob? Yes, Goob's the best. I love Goob. He's so evil. Although my plan was very evil, we decided to go with Doris's plan. He's just gonna TP their house. It is I, Mike Van Goobian. Ew. I know, I'm hideous. I'm disgusting. Just looks himself over. I love Goob. They all hated me. Hi, Goob. What's up, Goob? How are you doing, Goob? Nice shirt. They all hate me. Oh, he hangs on. Wow. I bet that's going to be important later. She's like, are you... what is the name that he pretends to have? He was like, she was like, you're Mr.
Nani?
What is it? Tracy or something? He's like, you're Mr. Tracy. And he's like, can that be a boy name? She's like, yes. And he's like, then yes. Could that be a boy name? Anything can be a boy name. A boy name is also funny that he would say a boy. Hey, it's Little Viking. Nani? It's Little Viking. How are you doing? What's up? It's Sebski, Little Viking. Hoot hoot, what's up? What's up? This area is operated on a new form of... I recommend exploring the Sand Sea. All right. The Sand Sea. We gotta go to the Sand Sea to see what we can see. Ooh, the music's kinda... Music's mysterious. I like it. Spooky. Spooky and mysterious. Just like oh man, this is so cool. What am I thinking of with him like holding on with another claw? Kind of reminds me of Oh, that's a cicada. That reminds me slightly of what's his name on that movie, you know? Dang it. No, the claw reminds me of Long John Silver a little bit. Because I'm pretty sure that there's some point that Long John Silver in Treasure Planet, like, hangs on to something. Yeah. He claws on whenever he saves Jim. Whenever he saves Jim, he claws onto something, then he fully extends. He goes full extendo mode, and then he gives up the treasure. Man, what a great movie. I love that movie so much. I don't even know if it's a good movie, to be honest. I can't tell. I cannot tell if Treasure Planet is a good movie because my nostalgia for it is over the moon. It's over the freaking moon. Ooh, claw.
The claw. There's no law when you're using the claw.
Actually don't have any claw. It's too bad. It's too bad. I've been going cold turkey for a little while. Just to prove to myself that I can. Ooh. What is this? Goddess Cube. More like Scorpion Zone. More like Scorpion wins. Die. Shine! Omae wa mou shinderu. Omae wa boxu. At least these ones are visible. Oh, the what? Invisible scorpions? No, thank you. Weird little shrimp-looking baby scorpions? Yeah, they do kind of look like little tasty shrimps. I'd eat one. I'd try one. You know, especially if it was breaded. I really do love breading. It's my favorite part of anything that's fried. Oh, did you just unlock that, Beth? Look at that cutie. Look at that cutie. Did you save up for a specific one, or was that a random one? The cube just ascended. Twilight Princess had the invisible version. Ah, Twilight Princess. The other one that I quit playing. I quit playing at 2 different. Oh no, piracy. Piracy, but Nintendo hates piracy. Huh? This is so confusing. They won't even let you post their music, let alone take their games. I'm surprised they'd encourage such behavior. Shaking my head. Excuse me, my good fellow.
Who are ya, Burst? Some human verm? Who am I, Burst? I'm the proud skipper of the sea that protects Lanaru's flame, Pweep.
Protector ship? What?
It was the day of a storm, Fuweep. My crew and I were navigating the seas as usual, Vroom. And then those brutes, the pirates, suddenly attacked us. They were Lanaru's flames. My crew was imprisoned, and I was thrown into the sea.
You got big hands.
I drifted on the current to this port, Vroom. After that, I took this boat and went searching for my nani? For my ship and crew, but they were nowhere to be found. It haunts me, wondering where my ship could be, Pweep.
Invisible?
In order to protect Lanaru's flame, the ship has a function that allows it to be invisible. You say you're searching for Lanaru's flame, so you'll need Lanaru's flame to find something important to you. In that case, you should help me search for my ship and crew, Pweep.
I don't like all these extra sounds. I don't know how to include them.
If you help me, I'll let you on my boat.
I'll help.
No way.
Then I'm not letting you on board. And you won't be able to get anywhere without this boat.
Shut up. I do what I want. Wait a second, I can't jump on? All right, fine. Fine, I'll make a deal with you, you sorry pirate. You are the captain now. Shall we shove off? Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, let's go.
You save 2 to unlock 2 emotes randomly. Oh, you got laugh and cheer. Hooray! Sometime soon, Beth, I might have some follower emotes that people can get just for following. But I'm not in the beta for that.
My circuit sparked to life in the salty air. It feels good to take to the seas again after so long. But let's see if I can remember how to navigate.
This reminds me of holes. Press B while moving to speed up. Ready, cannon, fire it. Okay.
I place the next marks where the home is.
Okay, there's a pier on the dock. All right. All right, let's figure out how this works. Oh, this is nice and slow.
Dad!
All right, let's schmove it, y'all. Let's schmove. I think I got the controls now. Whee! But yeah, it reminds me of holes because in holes they're supposed to be like digging inside of a. They're kind of like inside of an ancient river. They're inside of an ancient river, and then they have to dig holes in it. It's like salty and stuff, and they found like an old abandoned boat. It's filled with like peach preserves, and that's what preserves them. And then they climb up to the same mountain that Madame Zeroni was carried up by their ancient ancestor Stanley Yelnats, and then they find the ancient delicious parsnips that are up on the mountain that protects them from the yellow-spotted lizards. Yeah. Oh, where's the? Oh, we're almost there. Oh wait, no, we passed it. What a story. It's true. It's all true. It's all true. You had to be there, man. You have to watch the movie. It's a good movie. And if you do not come back for Madame Zeroni, you and your family will be cursed for always and eternity. You had to be there, I guess. I didn't see any peach preserves. We've gone to Skipper's Retreat. Boat! Arisa, is that all that you have to say? I got this claw, I beat the boss, and then all that you care about is a boat? Unbelievable.
My shack is on the very top.
Of course. All right, just let me go. Just let me loose. Just let me loose. I want to figure out how to do this. Let's save. Save my life. That sailor guy, he saved my life, dude.
Nani?
Oi, on. Oi, Ashley Rose. Hey, thank you for the doggos. Oi, 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 oi. Thank you so much for the doggos. How are you doing? Bada bing, bada boom. And it's Ashley Rose. And it's Ashley Rose. At it again with the doggos. That looked kind of like a loop, don't it? That do look like a loop. Loop, loop, lap, doop, leap, lap, lap. Nani? How are you doing, Ashley Rose? I will whip you into shape, young man. Young man, I told you not to backsass me ever again. Nani? I don't know if this guy's. I don't know if that's actually hurting him. You coward! You run away. That's right, you run. Nani? Ooh. Up we crawl. Ah, these lads. We should be able to kill them in one whack. Because we've got our Pog Blade. We have our extended Pog Blade. Zoom. Wait, we gotta get closer. What? Oh, I see. There's a reverse shot spot. Ah, I see. So nano. We must do sneaky. Wait, what? Oh, we don't sit on it whenever it's on an edge. Huh. Yeah, you don't is there a way to stay? No. He doesn't hang on and let you hook shot a second time. Sorry, sucker. Looks like you can hook shot onto this plant though. This poor little organic substance. I'm sorry, dude. I know that you're just a flying organic plant, but I have to. This looks like the best chance to jump. But I don't think that we can make it. Link floats down gently to his death. Link dies in sand for 10 minutes straight. I'm gonna ignore that for now. That's a pretty obvious treasure. I don't. Ah, gosh darn it! Come on, dude.
Alright, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Y'all can just sit over there and be tiny by yourselves. You could be tiny little goops over there. Alright, alright. I get it. I get it. I know that I can go through this door. Ah, Slime Town. Slime Town! But I just got evicted from Slime Town. I didn't want to go back. Oh, let me... What is this? We could make that compilation out of your streams. What compilation? What combination are you talking about? Nani? I want to look down there. I don't see any grabby spots. All my friends are slimes. Except for Lima Ring. All my friends are slimes. Let's worship some limes. Nothing in the pit. Nothing in the diggy spots. It's the most disappointing treasure hunt I've ever been on. Oh, big lad. Big nips. Big nips. And look at his strong shield. We can't get through that shielded. But we can grab his head. And rip it off. Never mind. It didn't work. It didn't work. Whip. Give him a whack! There we go. Hey, of course. Yeah, I do have a Discord. I have a Discord, and you're invited. Of course, it's family friendly over there, just like the streams. Can I just sucker him over here? Hey, get your buns off that. Come on, get off the... Come on, keep walking. Oh, he knows. He knows. He's wise to my ways, dude. Let's try a couple of different methods. I don't feel like that's gonna get past his... Oh, that did scare him. That did scare him. Let's try shooting him with the this real quick. I mean, we get an opportunity like this. I just want to try out stuff, honestly. Because normally these guys are just rushing at you, and I'm kind of curious what methods you can use. Oh, can't turn fast enough. Beep beep. I'm gonna hit him. He's so strong. Yeah, you might be able to climb the shield. Yep, looks like you can. Haha. Poor fellow. Blow the chungus over the edge with the bellows. Ooh, good idea. He might be a little heavy for that. He does look proud of himself. Look at his... Ah, he looks kind of friendly. I wish. Yeah, he's well planted. Oh, what was that? Ah, no, the timing. He bites so quick. You gotta stop the biting. You're a bad boy. Aw, come on. There's a way to hit them during that. Come on. Now I just want to do it to prove that you can do it. What? You definitely can hit him whenever he's biting. You can! I've done it before! Just kill me. Just kill me! Do it!
Nani?
Do it! Oh. Ah, that's right. You've been bamboozled. Yeah, I think he won that one, you guys. I don't think I was the winner in that case. What is those vines over there? Interesting. Push me to the vine. Can we vine up? Bird up! You can either let go or you can leap, either one. I want to leap and let go. I couldn't make any sips, so I'll use my acorns on Steve Harvey instead. Thank you for taking care of Steve, Emerald Artist. That's my friend Steve. Nani? Yeah, I don't have any more Topo Chicos, you guys, so no water today. Ooh. Did I make a mistake? Nani? Up we go. Oh, there was a, that flower over there looks kind of like a dumbbell. Sometimes I think I look like a dumbbell. Can I whip this bird out of the air? Yeah, you can. You can whip their tails. It's the best part. Oh, I love it. I love it. All right. Speaking of whipping. Oi, Kim Devil. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. What's up? What's up, Kim? And also, hey, Lupus is here. What's up? Look who's home. Well, well, well. Look who it is. It's our friend Lupus. How are you doing? Hello. Going for a ride on the plant side. Lupus, welcome home. And also, I'm glad that you're back to your house. Ooh, rare bugs. Now you have to sneak up on these bugs. Dang it. We almost got him. We almost got them. The technique was perfect. It was just the timing. I would grab them with this hook shot, but that's against the rules. It's not a bad idea. It's just against the rules. Come back here! I hate you because of who you are. Oh, that was pretty easy. That's actually easy whenever you try. This game is so easy, I wasn't even trying. What about that plant up there, though? I don't like that. I don't like that plant. I see you. I see you, little buddy. You're just gonna pop out whenever I get over there? You suck, dude. You suck! Alright, where do we go? Oh, can we go up there? That's it. That's it. That's a hook too far. I guess we gotta kill him from afar somehow. Plant. Can we whip him? Whip that plant. That's too far. You can't whip a plant that far. Get wrecked, Dad. Get wrecked. Oh! Cut his neck! Ah, it's too bad. It's so sad. So sad to see you dead like that. This sure is relaxing music. This isn't the high-stakes excitement that I'm used to in the popular Legend of Zelda franchise. See you lads later. Thanks. I just don't have the life for this. Oh, does this guy get tired? Oh, buddy, you gotta help me out here. Oh, you gotta zoom. No, you can't hit me on this edge. I'm fully defended. Ah! No! Dang it! I knew we wouldn't survive that one. That's too bad. I just had to rush it, you guys. It was my only chance. My only chance was to rush that. Yes, I want to continue adventuring. Oh, kind of. Kind of. You make me question myself sometimes, Nintendo. Oh, I should have rolled down on this thing. Would have had a shortcut. Didn't realize that you'd have to roll on that. That's too bad. That's too bad. That's job number one is bringing that stupid little dumb thing down here. There's a treasure chest up there. Maybe we should get eyes on this situation with our drone technology. But these lads, oh, maybe I can defend against them now. Go ahead. Well, at least we can defend against it, but we can't hit it back. I don't think. Come on, one more try. That's a great sound effect. Okay, so can you not kill these guys? Because I want them to die. Kill it. No! Dang it, he stunned me. Okay, how do I kill these frogs? Yes. Perish. Okay, let's get the bird up in the air. Let's fly this bug. What's the image in the bottom right? Can't see? Can't you see? Oh, look at that. Spot there. Well, I don't see this. It looks like you're gonna have to fall down onto it. Yeah, it looks like that's a thing for later, unfortunately. I don't think that we can do that right now. Okay, give me some lives. Give me some lives! Ah, the worst grass in the world. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Don't make it bigger! Oh dear. Lupus, I think you're a little bit behind, but that's alright. Give me that. You can blow it up! That's amazing. Yes, I know that there's... What? Where's the slimes that I knew about? Where's those slimes that I know and love? Yeah, get up there, Link. Get up there! Link! Link! Link, you're an idiot. How dare he? Link. I think that Link is the missing link because he's so dumb. All right, now we... Come on! Come on! Ooh. Come on. We gotta hit the flower up top. Stop destroying this beautiful cactus. How dare you treat Cactar like that? Why is there a Mr. Potato Stanley? What? That's not Stan Lee, you silly. I mean, Stanley has a mustache. Had a mustache, sorry. But hi there, Fuzzy Boot. What's up? What's up, Fuzzy Boot? So, what's the point of this, dude? So, what is the point? What, you just ride back up? This is stupid, dude. This is stupid, dude. You have to roll in one way, then the other way. Hey, Sleeping Dogfish, what's up? What's up? Sleeping Dogfish, are you here to get spoilers? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Sleeping Dogfish has been playing on his stream, but he is now watching my stream on his stream to try to get the secrets. I can't believe it. You're literally, you're letting your entire chat see it. You're shameless. You're shameless. I'm just kidding. What's up? How you doing, Sleeping Dogfish? It's nice to see you. I wish I had a place to sit my big old buns. My big old Link buns. Whee! Let me entice you with some later game content. This is going to encourage you to really play this game. Oh, Dogfish, just wait till you get to this part. Oh, sorry for exposing that secret. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, now you know all the... Oh, now you know the secrets. Shaking my head. Nani? Hey! Thanks very much, Incident, for the follow and for the Nani! I appreciate it. You really saved my life. You saved my life. When you said that, Nani, I said, who, me? And you said, Nani. And I said, oh. You saved my life with that retweet that you did there. Thank you so much. Did you know that whenever you liked my tweet, it saved my life? We're back to the birds. We're back at the bird zone. Welcome back to the bird zone. Bird up. Sleepy Dogfish, you just came here to hang out? A likely story. Well, you're welcome to hang out. Of course. Of course. We love Sleeping Dogfish. Sleeping Dogfish and Sleeping Dogfish related streamers, of course, of course. Of course. Dogfish, how have you been today? I hope that you've just been having just one of the jolliest old, bestest old days. This time, these birds are mine. These birds are chicken nuggets now. I just turned that bird into lunch. How do we get out of here? Yeah, Stevie Harvey is a big part of this stream. It's true. We can't win without Steve. Without Steve, we don't stand a chance. How was the purple squirrel created? Does it have a particular story attached to it? Story of squirrel. Well, no, there's no story. It was, I love the color purple, and squirrels are cute. That's the answer. I was gonna use an owl, because I like owls, but you know what? There's too many owls on Twitch. I also like cats, but there's too many cats on Twitch. So I decided to go for a squirrel, because it's super cute, and it looks adorable as it's purple. Yes, it's also a pun. It's also a pun because it's a squirrel. 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 There's lots of owls on Twitch. Well, I mean, Jedi Aurora uses owl emotes all the time. So maybe it's just my mod that has a bunch of them sleeping dogfish, but there's definitely owls. There's owls. I had help from Die101, my mod, who should be sleeping right now. He helped me pick out, and then Arisa got this, who is my mod. But most importantly, my girlfriend. She helped design the character. She essentially designed the character. And then we also got some help from Anne for some of the final design things. But it was essentially the animal was picked by Die101, myself, and Alchemic helped, I'm pretty sure. And then Arisa did the design, made the design. Frick! Lenny's gonna get out if there's any more of these cicadas. Lenny's on the loose, dude. Dude. These cicadas, they outsmarted me. Outsmarted by a bug. How low can you go? What are we doing? What are we here to do? Just to suffer? Cats have conquered the world. I used to have a cat, but, you know, it's, nah, I ain't about it anymore. Oh, the lads are here to say hello. Also, aren't you supposed to be asleep, Die? Die. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Have you checked out Pokemon Unite yet? I have some people in chat that checked it out. I'm kind of interested. I am slightly interested. I'll probably play a few rounds tonight and try it out. I want to try it out. I want to see if I can get a shiny Eevee. I want to be a shiny Eevee. Oh, it looks pretty fun. Looks like crappy League. Crappy Pokemon League. They could have just named it Pokemon League. What's this level? Luigi's Mansion 3? That's exactly what I was saying when we first got here, Calico, is that, yeah, it's got that Luigi's Mansion mechanics. Luigi's Mansoon. Luago's Monsoon. Was I the only one that had the urge to perfectly clean all the sand? I mean, there's a big difference between urge and me actually doing it. Hey, you won! Alchemic, congrats on your Pokemon Unite victories. I recommend you wait until you have achieved your objective before taking a rest. Shut up, I'm trying to heal. I'm trying to heal. Nani? Okay, we got it. C chart. C chart. C chart. Siege art. Siege art? Seek art, I think. Look at all of the beans on the freaking sail, dude. Oh my gosh. Dude, there's no way that all these beans can live on one freaking ship. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Elusive Peach. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I see it's Elusive Peach XO. So it's like X is a, and then O is a, boop, 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 boop. Wait a second. X is a kiss because whenever you make a kissing face, it makes an X. Makes little X's. And then a hug is a O because whenever you hug around somebody, you make an O with your arms. I see. Hello! Wow! Woo!
Hello, elusive Peach. How are you doing? Hello. Welcome to the stream. What's this icky paint line go? It's moving.
No, boys, don't touch that stuff. This image would indicate that the ship's captain spent many happy days. Nani? All the friends! I know, there's so many robots, Arisa. It's an obscene amount of friends. No robot can have that many friends.
Hey, that's illegal. Hey, that's illegal.
Cicada time. Ooh.
Nani?
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 They're here! They're here! Sleepy Dogfish, how dare you alert the FBI as to my location? Unacceptable. Why do you think that I've been hiding my address? Screamy Bug.
He's screaming for the last time.
Yeah. That's right! Oh, the P.O. Box? Oh, you know what, Callie? I got something in the P.O. Box today. Gosh darn it, dude! But the FBI knocking on the door. Sleeping Dogfish, you literally actually made it so that I could catch that bug. Thank you. Sleeping Dogfish, you're a blessing to humanity. Did you know that? Ooh. Speaking of huge manatee, can we make it over here? Oh, did. All right. Big money, y'all. Big money. Big Link style cash. Ooh, what do we got? $10! Oh, $100. Well, that's not too bad. I'll take 100. I'll take 100. Thanks for the hunch. Appreciate it. Yeah, we got your money. We got 100. Not too bad. Not too shabby. That's Link style robbery. Suspicious Link. Don't look out for the suspicious links, you guys. Kisses and hugs are great. Elusive Peaches, I would agree, but I wouldn't know anything about that. Anyhow, we shall speak to this pirate over here. What? Sleeping Dogfish. Sleeping Dogfish!
Fancy a badge time.
With a 700 bits! Could we please get so hyped in the chat for the 700 bits with your fancy, what? With your fancy badges. Sleeping Dogfish. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the spicy, delicious $700 worth of bits. Oh my gracious. Oh, you just got a 1K bit badge? You got the bleps. You got the bleps. Sleeping Dogfish. Blep them if you got them, you guys. Blep them if you got them. Blep them if you got them. Hugs are pog. Kisses are nasty. What? You don't want to lock lips with a stranger? I'm shaking my head. I've only kissed one person on the lips, and I still don't know their name, unfortunately. Never caught their name. It was a stranger. It was a stranger. Shall we set sail? Yes, my boy. Yes, my boy. You would know, Toad, you always by my side in Super Smash Brothers, hiding under my dress. Hoo-cha! Hoo-cha! Is that a real story? Yes, it is. It is a real story. But I've definitely already told it on stream, so I'm surprised that y'all haven't heard it. I was expecting everybody to just put like laughing stories, like ha ha ha, that's funny. I remember that story. Ooh, it's over here. Blep 'em if you got 'em. Blep 'em if you got 'em. They all love you once you leave 'em, so just blep 'em if you got 'em. You've definitely not heard this story? Oh, yeah, so I was at a concert. That's how all good stories start. Yeah, I've definitely told on stream before. I was at a concert, and I'm trying to remember what the band was. What was that band? It was some metal band. So I was at a concert for some metal band, and people were crowd surfing, you know. It was exciting. We were crowd surfing. The crowd was going freaking wild, you guys. It was a wild time. And one of the persons, they were crowd surfing along, and they went over me, and I saw the phone fall out of their pocket. I think that it was a clip-on. I think that it was clipped onto their pantaloons, and I didn't see who it was. I didn't see who had it, and their phone unclipped from their trousers and fell off, and I caught it. I like slapped it onto somebody else's back that was in front of them, so I like pinned the phone between their back and my hand. So I got the phone, I put it in my pocket because I didn't see who it was. So I was just like, I'll hold on to this and I'll wait for somebody to find me. Oh, we're gone way too far. I was just like, oh, I didn't see who it was. I'll just hold on to it and I'll wait. And then I saw after the set, there was somebody that was walking around. They were peeking around, and I was like, are you looking for a phone? And it was this, is chick a bad word? There was this, maybe, I don't know, like 25 or something. Some 25-year-old chick that was pretty attractive. That I gave them their phone. I was like, here's your phone. And then they're like, thanks a lot. And then they walked away, and I was like, all right, good Samaritan, bruv. Good Samaritan. And then they turned around, and they ran up to me, and they jumped in my arms and kissed me right on the lips. Grabbed my face. They grabbed my face so I couldn't escape. And they jumped right onto me. They grabbed my face, and they kissed me right on the lips. And I was like, what the heck? Nice. First kiss, you guys. Not bad. Not bad. That's it. That's the whole story. Never said anything else. She was there with her boyfriend. And I'm pretty sure I saw him. He didn't care. He didn't care. I don't know. It's concert people. Concert people, you guys. I don't know. Metalheads be wilding out over here. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a thank you kiss. It's very nice. It was just a thank you. It reminded me of ye olden days where, like, you would save the damsel and then she would give you a pecketh on the cheek or something. I don't know. It felt like old-timey thank you. Strange. Not a bad first kiss story. Oh, what? Sleeping dogfish, how dare you? You're like, 7 out of 10. Pretty good. Pretty good. Maybe don't do that now, kids. Oh, what? Surprise sickness. 'Twas a token of appreciation. Indeed. It was just a thank you. But it was pretty pog. Now, can you die, you stupid lizards? I hate these guys with their tongues. They're so rude. They're so rude with their taunting. Get out of here. Stabby. Okay. Stop with your... Oh yeah, I got the fancy shield now. Gosh darn it. The sword play in this game is actually pretty tricky. Like, in a good way, too. In a good way. Man, look at how big this city is, man. Holy moly. He lit you on fire. That lizard literally lit the Earl on fire. Oh. Hello. This place is your favorite place so far? Really? Look how sandy it is. It looks kind of like, reminds me of WALL-E. Again, another thing that reminds me of WALL-E. Just because it's got that smog. It's got the smog, and it looks like, yeah, these look like the big trash towers did. Look like big trash towers.
This station here was used by the folks headed to the old mines. People still ride the mine carts all over the place. I'm probably supposed to tell you that there's some safety information about using the carts posted on the wall over there. Cart riding can be, dangerous at times, so I'd suggest that you give it a quick read.
I know what I'm doing. What are you talking about? Look, yeah, you just lean. He looks like the stick bug. You done been stick bugged. Stick bug, stick bug, stick bug. Stick bug, stick bug, stick bug. You done been stick bugged. Woo!
Oh, look at the zoom. Whoa. I don't like that. Oh no, not the stick bug. It's the best bug on the internet. Doesn't bug me. Whoa, I like the speed lines. Speed lines are freaking me out, dude. Stop. Zoom, baby. All right. Six Flags is exciting. Exciting. Six Flags ride. The runaway minecart. I used to love that when I was a kid. There was, wait, no, there's one called the mini mine train. And then there's one called the runaway minecart. The runaway minecart is the bigger one. It's more exciting. Man, I want to go to Six Flags again, but I don't feel safe yet. I don't feel safe yet. Whenever I was a kid, the other thing that I loved, Calico, was the Judge Roy Scream. Dude, whenever I got to ride the Judge Roy Scream, I was like, this is a real roller coaster. Now this is POG. That's what I said back then. To the construction bay.
Okay, let's do it.
So you could fall off on the Wii version? Wait, am I doing something wrong here? I'm saying you could fall off on the Wii version because I'm doing something dumb? What's happening? Yatta! Yatta ne! Now this is POG racing. Racing POGs? I can't believe it. I didn't know that we were talking about Star Wars right now. You big Star Wars buff, Sleeping Dogfish? I didn't know that. I didn't know that you were a Star Wars buff. We should watch a Star Wars movie night with Sleeping Dogfish. Oh, yeah. Boy, yeah. Man, this is a windy track. Sorry that I've already whined about this. Snoozing. Link is falling asleep on the track. Don't fall asleep at the wheel, Link. This is very fun, though. Whoa! There's no going back now. There's no going back. Huh? How's this never come up? You love Star Wars? Ooh. Should I do show and tell for something Star Wars that I have? I'd have to walk into the living room, and I sure am feeling lazy. Marathon all the Star Wars movies. All right, now I can go to sleep. Oh, what? Arisa, were you staying up for that cart ride? Unbelievable. Arisa, get some rest. We'll see you later. Sorry for telling the story about me being kissed. The minecarts were kind of hard back in the day on the Wii. Ooh, thank goodness they fixed them, Tabby. Because that could have been another reason for me to quit this game. Open up. That is so scary, dude. I do not like the idea of that crushing down on my poor legs. On my poor legs! Master, we have arrived at the shipyard construction bay. Night, night, Arisa. If they ever do an extension of Nintendo Land, they could add a cart ride as a roller coaster in the Zelda area. Ooh, that would be sick. Motion controls were used in the Minecrafts and everything else. Yeah, Tabby, that's too bad. It's definitely better without the motion controls. What's great though is that the motion controls are still somewhat present. Like just the gyroscopic aiming's always nice. I do like the gyroscopic aiming is good in the remake of Ocarina of Time as well. I do like being able to tweak my aim with the gyroscope. I did that with Breath of the Wild as well. Very, very convenient. I do actually prefer a little bit of motion control. So we'll get a couple of guys down. I'm guessing I die in here. What's the... I'm jumping in. I don't know what this is. Oh. What was that noise?
We win. We killed them all. We win. I'm just kidding. It looks like we got to, stop. Looks like we need to give it a little bit of, oh, this is the old boss. It's the same boss. What? This was considered a boss a little while ago. Oh, I thought that the music wasn't even gonna enhance. That would have been brutal. Just imagine. They bring out this boss again and he doesn't even get his own music. He's just a mini boss now. What a chump. Welcome back, Bug Boy. Welcome back, Crawdad. Welcome back, Chitin Monster. He's a Chitin Titan. How do you feel about that name? Get out of here. You're back, by the way. Hey, Dr. Bacon returns. Oh, yeah. What's up, Dr. Bacon? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Splendid. Killing this boy. You love the gyro aiming. It works well in Splatoon as well. Yeah, I do like a little bit of a tweak to the motion. My favorite way of playing Splatoon was actually on the console itself. Funny enough, worked really great for me. I played a lot of it at my sister's house whenever I used to work there. It was very convenient. It was very convenient because I could just like sit down at lunchtime, just play a few rounds, right on the console. And yeah, the motion controls were nice. Get stabbed in the eyeball. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to hurt you like that, my boy. Get out. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Yeah, it kind of just takes a little while. Sometimes you clean it all off of him, but he still doesn't get up. Get stabbed. Shot to the high. Wow, he didn't land a hit on me, did he? I don't think that he did. You despise gyroscopic aiming? Your loathing is such that you honestly didn't realize that there's anyone who liked it? Ah. Definitely non-subtle gyroscopic aiming can be annoying. But, whenever it's subtle, it's not too bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, it really made Ocarina of Time a lot more suitable for play. I enjoyed Ocarina a lot more. You use the motion controls in handheld mode for Breath of the Wild, but when it's docked, you turn it off. Ah, see, I used, I probably wouldn't like it much with the Pro Controller, but I really liked it with the individual sticks. Whenever I just had the two Joy-Cons, and I would always spread out my hands really far. If you've heard of man spreading, well, this is controller spreading. A report. I calculate a 0 chance that searching further in this area will lead to the appearance of a ship. Oh my gosh, just fine. Sorry for looking. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. Feed's just like, stop having fun. Stop having fun right now. No more fun, streamer. Stop it right now. I see you smiling and enjoying yourself. You have to stop that. What am I doing? What's happening? Wait a second, what? But Fee, I wasn't even listening to you. But Fee, do we have to pick the right places to go? This hat's starting to look more and more like a chef as I get upset and keep flailing around. Wait, do I have to go on another ride? It's apparently Fi, like Wi-Fi. Oh. I call her Fee because I feel like she shouldn't be included. Let's get back to the ship man. I'd ship it. I've only heard it said as Fee. Yeah, Sleeping Dogfish, what I gotta tell you is that you can't trust your chat at all. Trust me. Trust me. Chat's a liar. My chat tries to fool me of stuff all the time. They're always spinning wild tales about how quickly they played games and stuff. Dude, Fee is a good girl. She actually is pretty good, Dr. Bacon. I actually do like her pretty well in this game. At first I thought that she would be annoying, but she's generally not too frustrating. Could be scary, but there's a stronghold. Yeah, let's go. Anchors away. I hope that there's more cart rides, but I kind of feel like there's not going to. Pretty scary. Yeah, I'm scared right now, buddy. I'm so scared. I was informed it's canonically what? Canonically? Misclick? Who's that? Who is that? I've never heard of them. Therefore, their opinion is irrelevant. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't challenge the chat. They will kill me. It's true. I'm sorry, Sleepy Dogfish. I want to meet all of your friends. Boom, boom, boom. Can we crash land this dinghy? Ooh, almost. Almost. Canonically. Sounds like headcanon to me. Pirate stronghold. Ooh, is it a big scorp? Oh, no, it's a big chomp. Oh, my gosh. It's a Jabu Jabu moment. You guys, it's a Jabu Jabu moment. Where's my... Did you bring a fish, Skipper? Skipper, we're going to need one big fish. Because we got to get in here. If she's a big Zelda nerd, yeah, she probably knows what she's talking about. But then again, you know what? I believe that you can create your own reality. I create my own reality. You can ask the stream. I'm somewhat delusional. Get out of here! Perish. Perish! Give me some loot. I reject your reality and I substitute my own. My reality. So, how do we kill all these bats in one hit? Oh, wait, I figured it out. Big teeth. Big tooth moment. Ooh, look, the secret tooth layer. Nintendo doesn't have a correct pronunciation for most of the Zelda names. That kind of makes sense since it's all in Japanese, you know? That is some big time Breath of the Wild vibes. Did you just hear that? That is some Guardian music, dude. Listen to that. Oh, yeah. Big time vibes, dude. For sure. I don't know what you're talking about, lady. I'm just gonna hit this with some stuff and figure out what it is. Is that a whip thing? No. Is it a claw thing? No. I don't know. Am I supposed to put like a stone onto it or something? Oh, yeah. Ooh, it's getting mysterious and spooky in here. Uh-oh. It's getting... Oh, we got lizard lads. We got 2 LLs, lizard laddies. Ooh, I almost beat him. I almost killed him. No! None of that. There'll be none of that, young man. Ouch! How dare you hit me with your tail. With your big spike ball tail. You keep that morning star away from me. You're gonna be the one that's mourning. Give me that tail. Delicious. Thank you for the dust. Gocho sama deshita. Gocho. Itadakimasu. Yeah, you can hear Hyrule herself being pronounced 1 million different ways. Oh, Beth, you're just making this more complicated than it has to be. Master, please take a look. I couldn't help but look. I was looking right at it. Oh, we'll see you later, Dogfish. Hey, it was nice to hang out with you for a little bit. We talked Star Wars and shop some other time. Yes. Was great to chill, and now I know all of the secrets. Oh, it's all right. You're way behind me anyway. It probably won't mess with you. You'll probably forget it by the time you catch up with me. But we'll see you later, my friend. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening. Toodaloo, my good fellow. My good fellow. We talk Star Wars some other time. We watch entire collection together. Ah, cool beans. Ooh, this is very cool. I never really thought of them letting you carry something like this. That's super cool. And if you can outrun the enemies, then you kill them. Oh, yeah, I have to actually put it down now. Because I got to kill this lad. Nah, I'm out of here. I'm saving time. I ain't killing anything extra. We're outie. Oh, look at that. Ha ha ha. That's cool. That's cool. Ah, whenever I put the toad hat too low, it touched my eyebrow piercing. Nani? Ooh. It creates new walls too. Cool, cool. Ooh, flower. Those flowers that I had trouble finding the other time. So Skyward Sword is the only Zelda that you haven't played ever? I tried to play Skyward Sword a while ago, but I gave up. I gave up. I was trying to play it with my siblings. I was trying to entertain them and do all the voices and everything. All right, nice hops. But yeah, Skyward Sword is pretty frustrating. It's pretty frustrating, but it's all right. I would, you know, I'd recommend probably every other Zelda game before this one. But you know, if you want to finish up the collection, you might as well. Oh, maybe you can hand it to yourself. Ooh. Hey, Earl, I gotta go to sleep because it's almost 4 a.m. Oh my gosh, get some sleep, Beth. Thanks for hanging out. I'm so glad that you hung out for so long. Holy moly! I hope that you really enjoyed. I'm pretty sure that you came in with that salty raid. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Hope you had a good time. Also, wait a second. Who's going to bed? Got my COVID vaccine today. Jesus Christ, I was so nervous. Them needles be scary. Oh no, Little Viking, I'm sorry that they scare you. Oh, Centrifuge is the one that's going to bed. All right, we'll see you later, Centrifuge Destroyer. Get some schlep. Get some schleppies. I hope that y'all both have some lovely sleep. I'd love to see y'all tomorrow. If you want to hang out, we're going to be playing some more of this game. And then the next day, we're going to be building the Lego roller coaster. That's right, Lego roller coaster. It's happening. Ah, I see. But yes, we shall see you later. I'm so glad that y'all hung out. And it was nice to meet you, Beth. Ooh. This trick again, Nintendo? It's so easy. You can't believe that it's Friday tomorrow? Dude, forget Friday. I can't believe that it's going to be the 23rd of July. Dude, July died. When did July die? July, come back to me, my darling. My darling July, you mustn't. You mustn't. All right, see you later. Goodbye, July. See you later. Wait a second. I've got an idea. Can I throw it? Oh, yeah, I can throw it. Oh, I got stuck. Oh no! Oh no! Oh dear. It got stuck on them. I thought that I could chuck it over them and kill them. My bad. I could probably just bomb them. Yeah, let's just use one bomb. There we go. Oof, 2021 died. Oh, what? 2021 ain't done yet. It ain't dead yet. Look, bones, a skeleton. Ow! Can't see anything. Get off of me. You want launch? No, launch. Don't be launch. Get it. Just get it and run. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Now. Okay, I see that there's a cage there. All right, open up. Open up. Long, you fool, flee. Get out of there, Link. Ooh, you have to put this box on. All right. Yeah, okay, so I got to check this out of here. Yeah, get out of the way, you dum-dum. Goodbye, July. We'll see you later. I can. This week has been a nightmare. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Linz. I'm sorry that it's been a poo-poo week. Ooh, I'm not going to be able to make it over there. Look who's a dummy now, Link. Oh, wait. Look who's a smarty now, Link. Good job. Zoom. See you later.
See you later.
Now. Oh, awaken. Ooh. 2 at the same time. I'm slapping you guys. I've been slapping. I was slapping. There we go. Poke to beat you. I'm sorry to poke you right in your little eyeball. Your little robotic eyeball. It do be electric though. Nani? Let's grab the Oh, I see. Big brain moment. A horn. A horn. All we gotta do is just do that. Shaking my head, more monster trash. I know, right? At least the monster parts in Breath of the Wild got me excited because they were funny. It's your first week not remote, weirdly exhausting. So many people. Oh, you're actually at the job. You're on location again? Oh boy. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if I should be happy that things are opening up or if I should be like, oof, can we just stay remote, please? I know that lots of people have gotten to remain remote, which is awesome for them. Oh, he died. That was a self-death. Stop jumping away. Don't you want to live? Perish then, yeah. You want to leave me behind then? Perish. Nani? Every time that you do that, it should get bigger. I could make that automated. I could easily make that automated. I could almost. That's tempting to automate right now. That would be so easy. That's actually really. That sort of thing is super easy to orchestrate. That's even easier than managing an animation. I could say Steve Harvey stream, but every time he speaks, he gets bigger. That'd be good. Open up. He starts out as non-viewable. You can't even see him at the beginning. And then he slowly gets bigger. Nani? Ew. That's Mr. Potato here to you, you backstabbing murderer. That's a big mouth. He got a big mouth. A report, Master. The power of the time shift orb appears to have changed this. Yes. I saw, homie. They gave me the picture, man. I watched it, dude. I will never be remote, Kareem. You make a stand right here. Horses and whatnot. I'd rather be able to get out, though I would quickly deteriorate mentally if I had to stay in my house. Can't relate. Cannot relate with that at all. Huh? You recreated your entire website the one way while you were stuck at home? Ooh. Remake? Redo? Revamp? I was remote for a while, but I didn't get anything done. Oh, what? Lens! Lens! That's Pog. Alright, where's the ship at? Come on. Nothing? Nothing. Oh! It's over here. Alright. It's on the sands, dude. Sandy business, hey? So what are we... Oh, it's ship time. Ship time, you guys. All aboard. All aboard! We've almost made it to the dungeon. Wow. This is like the best pre-dungeon business we've done. There's so much, the mine carts was fun. The ship's fun. That puzzle area was fun. This is pretty good pre-dungeon business. This has got to be like the best. Tee I spent the whole time stalling. Hey, Linz, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Alright, now we're supposed to be dousing, right? We have to douse. We're searching for our spouse. Zelda, where are you? Boom, boom, boom. Just ignore these chumps, dude. Hey, what's that noise? Oh, I'm running out of I'm running out of stamina. I'm lacking the stamina. While I'm divorcing Harrison Ford, the middle Porsche. Yes. Kato, what's up? Kato, thank you for Nani. I appreciate it. Oi, 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 Kato. Nice to see you, my friend. One of my favorite Pokemon nerds. How's Unite been, huh? How's Unite been? You've been playing it, Kato? You gotta admit it to me. Admit it. How many hours have you already played? You haven't been playing it? You're no Poke nerd to me. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Kato, are you thinking about playing it, or does it not look very good? What do you think, Kato? But anyway, I mean, but how are you doing? That's more important. That's more important. You're excited for BDSP? Is that the remake, or is that the MMO? Which one is that? I feel bad for anybody doing full remote school unless the teacher's very flexible. Oof. I had to do some learning off on Zoom, and man, it stinks. She was doing her best. She was doing her best, but man, that's tough stuff. Looked like I was getting close, and then it like was getting smaller. It's weird. Oh, Brilliant Diamond. Oh, it's the remakes. Yeah, the remakes look awesome. The remakes look super awesome. Oh, it's invisible. Oh, it's invisible and it's moving. I see. Don't know how to interact with it, though. Am I supposed to shoot it down? Oh, there it is. That's nice.
Did you see it? That's me ship. We must pursue and keep pounding it with the cannon.
All right, chum. Oh, you can even see it. Oh, you can see it. Bada bing, bada boom. And Legend of Arceus? Oh yeah, that's the MMO. That one looks sick. I'm a little bit worried for Arceus, but I'm not even worried about the remake. I love the yellow remake. I hope that they don't make it too similar to Sword and Shield, because I wasn't really down. I wasn't really down with the Sword and Shield, if I'm fully being honest. I like the classic Pokemon games a little bit better. You know, I mean, like the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Color, the DS. After they made it to the 3DS, I wasn't about all those 3D graphics and slow, overly complicated storylines and characters and all that stuff. Too complicated, dude. Let's get back to the basics. I just want to train my little Pokemons. I want to catch them. I want to train them. I want to battle some trainers in the wild. Don't hit me up with that stupid story. I don't care about the characters. Come on, man. Don't make me suffer like this. You're a sucker for open world. Ooh. I bet you I'd love Diamond and Pearl because I loved Soul Silver. And those are only one game away from one another, right? Aren't they? I thought that they were one game away. Soul Silver and then Diamond and Pearl was after it, I think. You're a sucker for open world? I did really like the open world aspect. I did like that. I didn't love the wild area, but I'm not crazy about like multiplayer raids and stuff like that. So I guess that probably wasn't really for me either. I like being forced to travel around the world to catch them all. I like knowing that whenever you go to an area, you're gonna encounter a new Pokemon instead of just being like, I'll just grind in the wilds forever and try to catch them all. I'll just grind out here forever. Oh, so we really in this ship, hey? We really in this. I wonder if we should call it. Well, we're gonna call it a night pretty soon. But I'm trying to understand if I'm trying to understand where I am, story-wise. Like, did we just enter a dungeon? These butterflies are supposed to show me a secret. There it is. Aha! You're after the sacred flame. Yeah, so is this the actual dungeon portion?
Give me a rupee.
Ah! That's not a rupee. That's a heart. More or less a dungeon. Is it a long one? Is it a long one, or can I clear this one out easy peasy? You've been watching me. You saw. Draw a rupee, get heart. That's Wii art for you. Awesome. That's Wii draw. Ooh, bats. You're driving me batty, Valentine. It gets pretty interesting and a little long. A little long. Maybe we'll call it a night here then. So I'm starting to get a little bit winded. I'm starting to get winded. Winded from this Zelda business. My brain can only expand so much, you guys. My brain can only stretch so far before it explodes. I mean, just look at it. It's already outside of my skull. It's already outside of my skull. Look at it. Somebody please defend this lad's brain. It's sticking out of his head. Yeah, we'll come back with a clear head tomorrow, you guys. Yeah. And I'm gonna, yes, I will hydrate. Head empty, dungeon defeated. Yeah, man. I think we did a great job. We made a lot of progress. It was a lot of fun. We got to hang out with a lot of fun friendos. It was a great time. We got to meet some people. We got to do some funny voices. We had some friends pop in. Man, big fun. Big fun. I'll be back here tomorrow, you guys. And I'm actually going to probably have some juice tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably juice up. And we'll put the schmoves on this game. We're putting the schmoves on it. I might play a little bit of I might play a little bit of Pokemon Unite, and if it's awesome, then I'll play it tomorrow at the end of the stream. We'll see. Dr. Bacon, it was so nice to meet you. I'm so glad that you got introduced to this community. You're totally welcome whenever you want. I stream almost every single day, except for Sunday. I'd be down to hang out with you if I'm playing some game that you want to watch or something like that. But yeah. It was fun, you guys. Hope you had a fantastic time. I'm going to actually save right at the statue. And we're going to search for somebody to raid, so don't go anywhere, especially if you were part of a raid to come here. Make sure that you stick around, and we put some love in the chat for the next person, you guys. For the next person. You thought it was a slog at first? Give it a few. Yeah. Okay. Give it a few rounds. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll give it a couple rounds. Sounds spicy, you guys. I'm also probably gonna have some more lights up tomorrow. Okay, for you guys that stayed here, let me see. Yes, I can show you with this camera, with this angle. Because y'all stayed till the very end, I'm gonna give you just a little bonus. It's because the camera is too zoomed in right now. I'm gonna get a new lens, but I've been working on some some beautifying this room, and I'll show you just a little surprise. Just a little surprise. Yeah, there it is. Triforce. Yeah. Triforce over there. Oh, what's that? Oh my god. But yeah, Triforce over there, little baby. Little baby Triforce. We got the big lights over there. Alright. Alright, hopefully the camera stays still. Alright. There's your little bonus. Yeah, I made a little Triforce, and whenever I actually hook it up, I'll make it a little bit darker so that it's not just like white. And then I can make the center one can be a different color. It'll be awesome sauce. I'm excited, you guys. It's going to be really pretty, and I'll show off more of the room later, for sure. I give that 3 pogs out of 3. Yo, Savvy, thank you for the 3 pogs. I appreciate it. Okay, let me pause this music really quick. Boop, we'll pause that music. We're going to turn on some better raid music. By better, I mean literally not any music. We're going to silence the music, and we're all going to just listen to me breathe heavily as we raid somebody. The subs! The subs! We're at 665 subs! Blessed number. We're one away. We're one away from Satan. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I'm so disturbed. Satan is near. Satan is near. Okay, wait a second. Satan is near. He's here. Satan's just around the corner. He's here. Oh, but he's not quite here. He's one sub away. He's one sub away. Let me find somebody to raid. Who's online right now? Let's give some love in the chat to somebody. Who's it gonna be? Satan's neighbor, Steve Harvey. Oh no. Let's see. We could raid. Brad's playing Pokemon Unite. Let's see. Yeah, mate. Dang, everybody's playing the same games, hey? Everybody's playing the same games these days. We've got the Earl of Suds, Dogfish, and Opst all playing the same game. I hope that y'all have really been enjoying all of this Skyward Sword, dude. You can't even hide from it, man. You can't hide from this game. I'm guessing if any of y'all hate the game, you're probably just not watching our streams right now. God, I love that Twitch meta. I'm sorry, Dr. Bacon. I'm sorry. It's a good game, and I'd been looking forward to it, man. I even beat listen. Opst and I played a Zelda game before this game came out. Dogfish didn't play any Zelda games before this. Dogfish was up to his normal business. He didn't play games beforehand to get excited about it. Just saying. I'm just saying. Doesn't mean anything. Let's raid. Oh, Genshin Impact is oh, let's raid my friend Minnie. She's playing Minecraft. We should say hi. We should say hi. She's listen, you guys, fair warning. Fair warning. She says bad words. She says bad words. Now, I'm a wholesome streamer. Salty's kind of wholesome. Oh, she's on a BRB stream. Okay. She's on the BRB screen. I hope that she gets back. But yeah, I'm a family-friendly streamer. Never say a bad word. The raids that we've been through, Salty's not that clean, and neither is Anti-Darkheart. So no worries. I'm just warning you. She's from Kiwi Land, you know? Squirrel is squirreling away. That's a fun message. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. What the heck? Yo, Fifi! Fifi!
Fifi Abby gifted a tier 1 sub to darling_starlet.
You know what that is? That's 666 subs, you guys. 666 of them. You got that right. You got that right. That's 666 of them. Hello, Satan. Hello, everybody, please. Oh boy, oh boy. I can't believe that we have such an incredibly cursed amount of friendos, you guys. That's horrifying. I can't believe that y'all are so supportive. You make me melt with appreciation. Thanks so much, you guys, for all the support. Thanks for all the beans. There's so many beans. I love all of you beans. Thanks for everybody that either gifted subs or is a sub or just, I don't know. There's no other options for how subs get made, all right? Mommy, how do subs get made? Well, honey, when a viewer loves a streamer very much, they give them money. Thank you. Thank you for the money, you guys. I appreciate it. You keep me going, literally. But anyway, thanks for the cursed amount of what? It didn't update. What? Okay, hang on. I'll fix it. I don't know why it's not updating, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But Fifi Abby, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Reloading. Come on. Come on. 600. It still says 665. What the heck? What is that? What is that? Why is it broken? Stupid dummy. It's cursed. I even reset the chat and everything. It didn't work. Let me see. My subs are at 666. I can see it. I can see it, you guys. Okay, listen. It says that. It says it. It's there. Warlock Foxfire. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Listen. Somebody just gave... Fifi Abby just gave the 666th sub. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Steve Harvey's here to stay. I'm kind of waiting on Minnie now. Actually, this is gonna last forever because Minnie's on BRB. Minnie's on BRB right now, so I'm actually going to
We're gonna shrink Steve, okay? Yeah, that's better. That's better. Ah! Steve, you've done it again. Fifi Abby, oh my gosh, you gifted another sub and it didn't even show up. What the heck? Fifi Abby, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Oh, there we go. There we go, Steve the Potato Head. Sweet. Want to ask Keith? What? Ask Keith what's going on? Sure, go for it. Yeah. Go for it, you guys. Boom. Thank you so much for the delicious, spicy, and it is. It's 666. There it is. It's to the top. Fifi, thank you for that gifted sub. For Sergio. Oi, oi, oi. So nice of you, Fifi, for the gifted subs. I saw you come in. Thank you so much. You said something. You said something on your chicken nugget account. And you said thank you. You said thanks for the stream. I'm so glad that I could stream for you. We could always raid Brad, who's playing Pokemon Unite, and maybe y'all can tell me whether you like the game or not. We could. It's an option. It looks like Minnie might be away for a minute. We could also hit up somebody random, but I don't really want to do that right now. I don't want to do a random raid. I don't want to do that. Excuse me, Savvy, how dare you? Oh, hail Satan, rain Satan, snow Satan, 60% chance of Satan. Oh my gosh. Precipitating. Oh my gosh. The thumbnail for the stream is perfection. What thumbnail? What stream? What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know. Did you get a message back, Alk, yet? Did you get a message? I don't know. She might be gone. She might be gone for a little while. I'm not sure. It says Piglin trading hall time. Let's chill and do some crafting of the mines. You didn't get a response? All right, we're gonna raid somebody else. We're gonna raid Spork of Love. Let's raid Spork of Love. They're doing VR chat. They've rated us, you guys. They've rated us. We should give them some love. I don't think that we've rated Spork yet. They're a VTuber. They're a real cool bean. They're part of the cool crew, you guys. The cool crew. We're gonna go say hi to Spork. They're a super adorable, sweet bean, and they sing music on their stream and everything. So I'm gonna get a message here. Let's see. Are the fangs real? Are those fangs real? Question mark? That's what we're gonna do, cause they have a cat. They have a cat profile, you guys. Here we go. We're gonna raid a VTuber. That's right. My first VTuber raid. I'm just kidding. We've raided VTubers before. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I'm smiling big. I don't know if you can tell behind this big old potato man, but I am smiling big. It was so much fun to hang out with you guys. Hope y'all had an absolutely fantastic time. We're gonna be back with this game tomorrow, and then boom, this weekend we're gonna be building a Lego roller coaster that you can just barely see outside of the frame. You guys, we're building a Lego roller coaster that's going to work. It's gonna work. It'll have a real rolling cart, and it will continue its momentum, and it's gonna be amazing. I'd love to see you guys there. Thanks so much for being here. I hope that you'll have an absolutely lovely evening. As we jump over to Spork's channel, be sure that you put some spam in their chat. They just started, and they've got a cat cam. Oh my gosh, they've got a cat cam. So cute. Okay. Cat cam, you guys. Cat cam. Here we go. Bada bing. Bada boom. Are those fangs real? Jedi Aurora, don't apologize for not chatting too much. You're so sweet. I hope that you feel better. I'm sorry that you're feeling some pain. We'll see you later, Jedi. And speaking of Jedi, thank you, Jedi, for being a mod. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being a mod and for being an incredible bean. We'll see you later. Alchemic, thanks for watching the chat. Jedi, thanks for being here. Just another person like you. Thank you for watching over the chat. Die101 was here, and so was Arisa watching over. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. You make my job so much easier. And I appreciate it. VIPs, Calico, Elisar, Kivi, Lupus, Malice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anybody else? You guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey, Keith, you jumped it at the end. Hey, what's up? We'll catch Minnie next time. We'll get Minnie next time, all right? We'll save that raid for Mini next time. Nardivel, I'm glad that you've been getting to hang out these times. It's been fun. It's been fun to get to hang out with you again. Nardivel, we'll see you later. Tayaki-san, thanks for being here. The King of Squirrel, bye-bye. See you later. Bye, Linz. Bye, Savvy. Bye, Jedi. Bye-bye. Dr. Bacon, it was nice to meet you. We'll see you later. Keith, much love. Hope you enjoy your evening. Bye-bye, KP. Let's go. Put some love in the chat for Spork of Love. Oh, spicy raids, delicious. Nani?